Okay, so here we are, the quartering roast. So the quartering, a vehemently anti-red pill blob of a human being. He's a big guy, not muscularly, but just a chunky monkey, who's married to his high school sweetheart. They have no kids, by the way. So what are they doing married? I don't get it. Just a little background on me. I am anti-hedonism, anti-decadence. I am anti-degeneracy. I am not a Christian. I'm not a Catholic. You don't need to be a Christian or a Catholic to see the harm, to see the damage done by these things. Christianity does not hold a monopoly on being anti-degeneracy, anti-hedonism, anti-materialism. I mean, materialism has its place. Don't get me wrong. Materialism has its place, but honestly speaking, because we do live in a material world, after all. However, I'm all about things in moderation, practicing temperance. I see the damage that embracing a materialistic decadent lifestyle, especially one focused on feeding the pleasures of the flesh, as antithetical to finding meaning and purpose and fulfillment in life. However, where this Jeremy guy diverges with my views is he's heavily anti-red pill until all of a sudden. So here's what's going on. The red pill is becoming more and more mainstream. It's less and less of a niche group of individuals, both in reality and perceptually, that you can just make fun of, right? And like any good politician, and a lot of these big content creators, they're very much like politicians in that they want to appeal to the most people humanly possible. And the moment they start getting some actual pushback, they miraculously change their views. Someone who was yesterday anti-red pill is now much more open to the red pill message and is willing to discuss it. Yeah, of course he is, because he's now getting pushback. He's getting disagreement. He's seeing that there's many more people out there embracing and acknowledging the truths that exist within the packet of information that is the red pill message. And all the red pill is actually is just a collection of observations, of truths, of facts, observations about the world. That's it. And it's like a gun in a sense that you can use it for good or evil, if you wanted to quantify it as a weapon. But like anything, it can be used for good or it can be used for evil. So people like Jeremy, who were very much at one time anti-red pill, are now suddenly, yeah, you know, I know people think I have a problem with red pill, but I really don't. My problem is just with some of the creators in the space. So now it's not the red pill that's the problem. It's some creators in the red pill space that are the problem. Oh yeah, that's the issue. It's just some of the creators and they're warping and, misrepresenting the message for their own personal gain as I, sell out my supposed ideals for personal gain. There's a guy that until very recently was calling people that were red pill losers, and now he's like, well, there's a lot of truth there. Let's explore this. Right now he's trying to, retroactively claim, my problem wasn't with the red pill or the message. It was just with some of the people in the movement. It's not a movement, by the way, but it's just information. But I didn't call people that were red pill losers and imply that they were all incels or outright call them incels. By the way, I've seen those messages from him and now they've suddenly been deleted. It's so fascinating to me that the moment that this fat guy, quarter pounder with all the fixins and cheese, this freaking guy, the moment he gets better Bachelor, so he can grow his audience, right? Because his, subscriptions have trickled down to nothing. He's probably, in fact, losing or just staying statically at the same subscription count, and he's losing ad revenue, and not as many people are watching his videos, so now he's got to appeal to a larger audience. And the red pill, it's much more popular now. It's much more accepted. I'm getting all this pushback. Maybe I need to branch out and appeal to those people that yesterday I was insulting and calling losers and incels. So Jeremy here has decided he's on board with the red pill, and that, he's just against some of the, more extreme people in the red pill movement, as he calls it, that are giving it a bad name. And you know what? Fatter Bachelor, i.e. better, as in worse Bachelor, I would call him, agrees! Isn't that interesting? Just as Jeremy is losing views and, his subscriber count hasn't grown in ages and, he's trying to make more money, he changes his mind a little bit and decides to be a little more accepted about the red pill and but embrace talking about it in a more, ad-friendly way. Better Bachelor came to the same conclusions. Imagine that. At the exact same time, they both decided to appear on screen together. And they're both chasing the same thing. More shekels. Better Bachelor. His subscriber count has stagnated. His channel hasn't grown in quite some time. His viewer counts are dropping off. And when he got into this space, it was very small because YouTube was really, really squeezing tight, throttling any content in that space. But he comes along after studying the algorithm and studying what subjects are popular and interesting to people, and he just wedges himself into that niche, and he starts growing in a space where everybody else is just mysteriously be getting choked out. You can come to what conclusions you want in regards to that, and he grew, and now all of a sudden, he doesn't identify as red pill anymore. It's problematic to be red pill. It's got such a bad rap, and there's so many bad actors in the space. I need to rebrand myself, but it's not because I'm chasing shekels, you understand? My argument is a utilitarian one, right? My argument is that, if I rebrand, I am going to reach more people with the message, and isn't that all that matters? However, with rebranding, I also have to re-message, and the subjects I discuss will be different subjects. I'm going to apply the red pill, so not, the current packet of information, but I'm going to add my 2 cents on things that, might not have anything to do with what subjects have been discussed prior, such as the dynamics between men and women and how the system has to change and things have to change. And I'm going to, shift focus to other stuff and call that red pill. And, I didn't actually get on here just to capture an audience so that I could then conveniently change their focus away from the stuff that red pill has classically focused on, which is red pill stuff. And I'm going to change it to other stuff, I didn't do this all on purpose just to capture an audience so that I could then change what they're focused on and thereby stop them from discussing the very subjects that might actually threaten the status quo if they were discussed. Oh, no! All right, so anyway, without further ado, let's get to it.
Joker.
Yo, man.
How are you doing?
Good. Let me know. Is my audio too hot, too cool? How's the audio?
Wow, look at this guy. Look at how fat he's becoming. I'm not talking about Jeremy. Jesus, he looks horrible. Joker, what the hell happened to you? You've literally become a joke. Is this the same guy that not too long ago was telling dudes to get into the gym and work out and become the best you that you could be physically? Meanwhile, he's sitting there turning into a literal Jabba the Hutt? What the hell? Does this guy even get up? Have you heard of a salad, my friend? You know what a walk is? What the? Oh, by the way, hey, in the background, that house he's in, you morons out there that donated to him with the understanding that he was going to open a men's retreat, you paid for it.
Sounds good to me. The chat will let us know post haste if there's any if there's any issues at all. I feel like this has been a long
Okay, so give me a sec real quick. I just want to double check. Sound is on. Let me do a real quick sound comparison here.
time coming. I'm glad that you could join me.
Yeah, we have a lot of crossover actually. A lot of my people watch your stuff and vice versa.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Although we are going to have to fight. You used probably the worst photo of my fat face with my prawn stash that I've ever had of all the media photos I have. So I got to call you out on that one, brother.
Look, being a man is all about taking responsibility, and if you wanted a better picture, then you probably should have sent me one. Also, as a man does, I will blame my thumbnail guy because I don't make my thumbnails.
Dude, it's all good. Like I'm building a house, much like you. I moved out to the middle of kind of nowhere a little bit, and this with my prawn stash that I've ever had of all the media photos I have. So I got to call you out on that one, brother.
Look, being a man is all about taking responsibility, and
Well, why don't you take responsibility, Jeremy? Why'd you remove? Several months ago, I remember specifically reading a tweet from him that said, red pill dudes, red pill guys are losers. I went back, looked up his tweets, did a full Twitter search, couldn't find it. He'd removed the tweets. Yeah. You gonna take responsibility for that, Jeremy? Of course not.
if you wanted a better picture, then you probably should have sent me one. Also, as a man does, I will blame my thumbnail guy because I don't make my thumbnails.
Dude, it's all good. Like I'm building a house, much like you.
Yeah, you're building a house. Where'd you get the money for that house? So did you tell people that you were going to open a men's retreat with that money and say nothing about a house, and then suddenly you're building a house and then claiming that you're having trouble finding land to build a men's retreat? Meanwhile, you had no trouble finding land to buy to build a house on. Well, couldn't you made that land where you put the house, the men's retreat? No. I never had any intention of building a men's retreat. That was just a carrot I dangled in front of morons, and they fell for it.
I moved out to the middle of kind of nowhere a little bit, and this chair and finding content on the internet's really good at.
By the way, is that background real, or is that one of those fancy programs that fills in the background with whatever you want?
Adding the weight around the midriff. So
yeah, you're fat. You're fat. Fatter Bachelor. Look at your face. Even your face is fat. The dude doesn't even practice what he preaches. I'm older than him, and I got a six-pack. Like 8-9% body fat. How much are you? 89% body fat? Look at this guy.
You got to own up to it, and men's makeup is the beard. That's all we got. So
yeah, it does a lot of heavy lifting for me as well.
Yeah, makeup. The beard and the Cheeto crumbs that are in it. You were scarfing down before the show.
I think when I shaved my beard, I gained another 30 pounds. So it's one of those things that I've tried now in 2024 to be, one of my co-hosts is like a fitness nut too. So she's always on my
Melanie.
Melanie, yeah. Yeah. So
he knows, isn't that interesting? He knows Jeremy's employees by name. Very interesting.
Kind of bullying me into making some better decisions. It is true, not that long ago, they came out and basically were like, sitting is the new smoking. And there's something to that,
Yeah, I got a watch here that actually reminds me to get my fat ass up every 20 minutes or so and at least move around, pretend to be active. But you know what it's like. I mean, I've heard you call Tim Pool the hardest working man on YouTube, or that he's very, but he kind of has it easy. It's just, he just reads the news. We have to find the weird crap that falls between the cracks and somehow make it funny and interesting.
I don't know that he has it easy. Doesn't Tim Pool work 12, 14-hour days? Does he really have it easy? Or is he just more talented than you, Joker?
And I bet you and I spend more armchair time than he does in front of because he at least skates and man, I'm in front of this stupid
for sure.
computer all day.
That's the not that viewers love to hear about how hard our job is, but the that is 99% of the work, and it's actually 100% of like the stress.
It is
Finding like the
Stress. Stress is not real. Anybody using the word stress is a big pussy. There's no such thing as stress. Get out of here.
stories and reacting to them. That's fun. You're right. It's like he gets to wake up every day and be like, "Oh, Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay, there's my story." You and I are like, "Oh, where's some stupid obscure OnlyFans girl getting her comeuppance?"
Right.
Or like, I need the cast report needs to come out in Europe and destroy trans ideology.
It's so interesting. There's so much crossover between these two, yet the fatso on the left was extremely anti-red pill just a few months ago, and the fatso on the right has become anti-red pill as time passes. Oh, but only because of the branding. It's the branding. Yeah.
And then, then it's much easier. But there's a lot of there's a lot of crossover for sure in our audience, and I knew that you were out there in the ether because a lot of people were requesting that you come on.
Yeah.
And one of the
which is why you scrubbed your Twitter.
Things that you added some great statistics to bolster my dudes are choosing AI girl. We kind of double teamed a young lady, as often we do, about this idea that, well, basically it was the idea that it would be absurd and crazy and never happen that men would choose AI girlfriends or AI. I've been talking about this a long time, that like I'm very worried for men. Like in 5 years when the sex bots are like more...
Dude, you were just not too long ago telling them they need to get married. You were spreading the same tradcon BS that red pill guys are supposed to be and have been pushing against for ages. You just get married. Get married like I did.
Believable. Like you're gonna have even more men just not even trying to date an IRL woman, at least in my opinion.
No, I think you're right. Where a lot of the people like Matt Walsh and Lauren Southern and the others tend to get things wrong is they think men are doing this, so now we have all these problems. And the reality is men are having all these problems, so they're turning to this. And they're getting everything kind of backwards on that. And pushing back against that has been extremely difficult because they immediately...
So I'm going to change my brand, and it's getting too difficult. I can't make much money in this space anymore. There's too many other people competing with me. I got to change my brand and messaging now.
Immediately think, like, for some reason, women see two groups of men. They see the very successful men that are doing well, they're dating, and then they see the absolute, guys that are struggling the worst, that are paying the money to the sites. And then there's this gap of like 60% of men in the middle that are like, I'm still here, dude, but like things are rough out here. And it's not even 8 or 6 years ago. Like things have changed a lot recently.
One of the things I talk about, and I'm sure you do too, is that, one of the concepts that I try to stay away from is like, like horror is bad. Like, yeah, it's fun to like dunk on them in videos, but I try to like look at the reality, and like 95% of my viewers are men. I actually read the comments, I read the chat. So I get a good feel, like just like you do, for what's going on. People often say to me, well, Jeremy, you've been married for X number of years, you don't know. And I'm like,
you don't know. You're not out here. What do you know? You don't know anything. Now he's starting to figure stuff out. Yeah. That's why he's talking to Fatter.
Like, well, I do. Yeah, but I read every day. I watch content. I know what's going on out there. The concept of a few alpha giga chads dominating a pool, like to have an advantage in the dating pool is not new, but it has been supercharged by dating apps.
Yep.
Like you used to, like back when guys like us were young. I don't mean to lump you in as an old guy, but you are.
Dude, I'm 52, so
yeah, I'm 41.
Child.
So you're really old. I'm getting there.
He's not really old.
But
he's really fat.
Like, remember when, like, one of the concepts I try to tell people when I talk to them is I'm like, your bang pool when you were young was like your block. and then it was like your school, and that's it. So the Alpha Giga Chad guys were getting the best in that pool. Now that the pool is your whole state, or maybe even bigger, they're taking a bigger chunk of that pool.
Was Jeremy ever talking about this stuff before? I love how he's saying, trying to, like, rewrite history. This dude was never talking about this stuff until very recently.
Using different tools, and guys in the middle are getting even more distraught with the dating scene. It's something I've tried to keep people from getting blackpilled on, but
now he's red pilled.
I'm struggling to find the right tools to give them to fight back.
Well, I think the other problem, not only the dating apps, because the dating apps have been around for...
Now he wants to give men the tools to fight back, where before he's been shaming and ridiculing them and giving the old TradCon line that the Daily Wire does. Get married! Red pill loser incels! Interesting.
For quite a while, but the social media stuff like TikTok and Instagram and things like that, where women are able to, and to touch on your point about the not women are bad and dunking on women all day, it's
why not? Why don't we? Why does it always have to be a whataboutism? Well, what about the men? What about the men? What about the men? Can we talk about women?
A channel like mine, I've been around since 2019 now. So
yeah, I was around long before you, pal, and I wasn't shifting with the winds and becoming more milquetoast as time passed. Far from it.
About 5 years, and I'm actually starting to distance myself away from the manosphere and the red pill terms because
I'm not making enough money. I got this house to pay for. There, see? I'm showing you the receipts, but you people ain't listening. I want to distance myself from it, And my argument is totally, completely, 100% utilitarian in nature. It just doesn't serve me spreading the message anymore to identify with that stuff. But of course, to actually distance yourself from that, you also have to distance yourself from the message.
Because, I get a little pushback from this, but when you have, the Andrew Tates and the pearly things and the fresh and fit, and some of the things that they say are takes that I find I don't align with at all. Like
what? Well, I'll align with that.
Go out and dude, bang 50, 60 women's before you decide to find your wife.
I think that's a straw man. I don't think, did Pearly ever say that? I mean, granted, I'm not a big fan of Pearl, but she could very well be legitimate in that she believes what she's saying. And from Joker's own standpoint, from his clearly utilitarian argumentation point, she's a force for good. She's spreading the message. She's identifying with the very message she's spreading. Doesn't that make her genuine in that sense? Meanwhile, we've got this grifter here saying, I'm going to be completely 100% disingenuous by rebranding and distancing myself from the message that I claim I'm still representing, but I'm no longer going to spread. But I want you to think I'm still somehow spreading a message I'm no longer spreading. Who sounds less genuine here? And I've never heard Pearl say that, by the way.
Okay, good luck on that for the average guy.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of moving away.
That's it? I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, what are you saying? That the red pill, because I have to not be, that would be like a Christian saying, well, there's a lot of bad actors in the Christian church right now, so I'm no longer going to call myself a Christian, and I'm not going to teach Christian ethics and morals anymore, and I'm not going to preach the gospel, because, I need the... It's become associated with a lot of bad things. Now when people think of Christianity, they think this, that, and the other, all this bad stuff because of these bad actors in the space. So I'm going to start teaching, spreading a different message that isn't a Christian message. So it makes sense I wouldn't call myself a Christian anymore. But I'm going to expect you to still associate me with Christianity, and I'm going to encourage you to do that so you'll keep donating to me. Well, you're a fake, you're a fraud, you're a phony. Fatter.
Away from that kind of labeling, just talking about...
It's just labeling! Oh, bullshit.
Just kind of say I'm like a men's advocate. I'm not even a men's rights, because we have plenty of rights.
Yeah.
Oh, do we? Fatso? How about to our kids? How about to our shit when we get divorced? This fucking guy, what a piece of shit. I'm going to do a lot of cursing this episode. Boy, oh boy, what a piece of fucking shit you are, fatso.
Just an advocate of it. And as such, I think once social media started coming out, it's now popular to dunk on men.
All right, I got to stop the cursing. This will get demonetized. She's like, I got to, hate having to censor myself.
It's popular to...
That's what he cares about only. He cares about popular. That's it.
You see all these videos, like the bear versus man in the woods thing, right? Yeah. You see these women saying that stuff, and there's part of me that's like, okay, let's do this. Like, I have a bear. Here's an acre of land. Ladies, there's a guy over there sitting on a stool eating a sandwich, drinking a Pepsi, or there's a bear over here. Go ahead. How many would actually do it? And it's one of those things where women are like, I think they're doing it because it's popular, but guys see it and say, wow, if I'm out. Like, if this is the way it's going, I'm out. And then other women see it and say, yeah, you slay, girl. Let's do this. And so the problem is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the gulf between men and women is getting wider. And it is a huge problem.
Yeah, let's talk about the state of the red pill. It was on the list of things I wanted to.
The state of the red pill? There is no state of the red pill. Okay, by the way, how do you make things better? By leaving and relabeling. So I want to change Christianity, but I'm going to change it by leaving it. No. You challenge the people within that space. Debate them. Push back. Oh no, I might lose donations because a lot of my people that follow me also follow Pearl and Frisian Fit. I don't want to get too critical. You see, I want to be like the good politician I actually am and appeal to as broad an audience as possible so I get as many donations as possible. I don't want to push back and criticize somebody else in the same space that I'm grifting in.
To talk about, I have gotten myself into... I'm no stranger to arguing with people online. What a lot of people don't know is that, like, it's never personal for me. Like, I don't care.
BS.
I don't
Lie.
stew about it. I don't.
Lie.
But, like, people who aren't involved in it are like,
Lie.
oh man, you're. But like, the current
So calling dudes incels and losers isn't personal? Okay.
state of red pill is not anything I want to associate with. Because
We know that! We know that, but you're conflating your categories. You're conflating people in a space with the space itself to somehow justify not calling yourself this. Well, I'm not like them. I'm a better kind of, and I'm not red pill. I just acknowledge some of the truths, and I want to get some of that grift money from the people that also are in that space. But I also don't want to associate too much with that space, or I will get canceled by the people who follow me and aren't into the red pill. Yeah. You grifters, you.
right. It's mostly about blaming women and not, and it's like only tangent.
Yes, that's right. Correct. Because women have plenty of advocates, men do not. We hear all day about how men are to blame. Let's hear something about how women are to blame. No, because you're really a big giant simp and you just want to co-opt the red pill term so you can get some of the people in the red pill community to give you shekels.
Essentially, about what men can do, and I don't find that to be extremely helpful.
I do.
I think the idea that, like you said, go bang 50 women. Okay, yeah, but aren't you complaining that women have too many partners? Like,
who's saying that? Like, not that many. Come on. So yeah, those are PUA guys. Okay. So you're misrepresenting some PUA dudes and saying that they represent the vast majority of people in the red pill commentary space, and you're doing that so you can justify not calling yourself red pill. No, the red pill space is now not so rationally reasonable. I'm not in that space, says the guy that made his money and built his house off of that space.
those 50 women have now had an additional partner, so you're
so blame the men. What about the men, though? What about the men?
You're like creating a problem that you're then complaining about later.
Blue pill simp is what you are.
I also believe it's part of the business model. I think that there are certain people who need.
Yeah. Look at Fatto's. Look at Fatter's face. He's like a deer in the headlights. It's part of the business model. He just pointed out how I built my house.
Men to be unhappy because just like the pharmaceutical industry, if they cure it, then they lose a customer.
Right.
So if they
Oh, the red pill is stopping the problems. So it's actually the problem, not a solution. Right. Information, you mean. That's accurate. Oh.
really cared about helping men, they would be telling men about the things that they could do to make themselves better, not making
Says the big fat giant roly-poly mofos. Give me a freaking break, Tubby.
all their content about how women bad.
That's a misrepresentation. False. By the way, most red pill creators who talk about the information in a logical, reasonable, objective manner also will point out men's foibles and where they're screwing up, where it applies. I do. So I don't know what you're talking about. Again, this is a straw man, nothing more.
And that's where one of the things where I struggle. And that's one of the things that people have always said, like, I've kind of avoided having conversations with quote unquote red pill creators.
Of course you have. Yeah, because you're a tradcon goofball.
That's a label that is applied to people like you, wanting or not,
Right.
Or men's rights or men's advocacy.
But didn't Joker make his fortune off of being red pill? Now he's not red pill. I want to be a fence-sitter, milk toast dude like Tim Pool because he's rich. I want more money.
Because
No integrity.
I'm just like beating my head against the wall because it's like, yeah, I know sluts have always existed. Now what?
Right.
And
They've existed, but not in the quantity that they do today because it is incentivized.
I think that somebody said this when in the arguments going back, because I was just blown away. So everyone knows, like, again, Lauren Southern and I are good. Okay.
Why? Didn't Lauren Southern bang Destiny? The simpy little goofball that's like 120 pounds soaking wet, got the big giant bobblehead and the tiny little shoulders and body, looks ridiculous. Didn't she bang him?
We don't hate each other. Everything's fine. But when the way she reacted, I was like, you understand that you're a pretty girl, right? Like, you're a pretty girl, a conventionally attractive woman. Okay.
I see what's going on here. We're the rational representatives of men. The red pill space that's so congested and overpopulated with so many creators that I can no longer compete within because I'm losing shekels day by day, so now I need to appeal to a new audience. Well, now I'm going to rebrand as the rational, reasonable person. See, I'm outside looking in. I'm more reasonable than those ideologically polarized people in the red pill space. Yeah.
Now, I know some people will say, oh, she's ugly. Give me a break, okay?
She's not that attractive. By the way, I don't even know if I believe that she's the age she says she is. What is she, supposedly 27?
She's an attractive woman. The
Debatable.
fact that she's like, no man would ever do this. I'm like, you have such an incredible blind spot for where men are at that, like, you should just sit this one out.
I think she thinks, like, a lot of times, especially attractive women, but men sleep down by a couple ranks. So a 10 dude will have 3 beers and say it's a slow night.
By the way, this is all about shifting the focus of the conversation and changing your focus and the narrative so you're focused upon talking about different subjects. And occasionally they're going to throw in little red pill stuff to keep you focused and believing that they're your advocate. They're not.
And there's a 7 in his chats, and he's like, come over and let me tap it. And, so he'll sleep down 3. The 7 will sleep with a 4 or 5, depending on how many drinks they have. So men will date down like that.
You've seen it.
I've seen it firsthand.
By the way, this is just critical theory with a different rapper. Now they're criticizing the red pill, criticizing this, criticizing that. That's just descriptors. Where are the prescriptions? Where are the solutions? Oh, none. We're just here to distract you from the real problems.
We all have those friends at the bars where you're like, dude, are you sure about this?
We all had a friend that used to take their grenade. Like, there's
a reason why the expression women are like.
How would you know anything about that, Jeremy? You married your high school sweetheart. You don't know anything about that, chunky boy.
Fat women are like mopeds. They're both fun to ride, but you don't want to let your friends see you doing it. There's a reason that
never slept with a fat woman in my life.
That joke exists, and you know it, and so do I, and we've never met, and we're 20 states apart. So,
right.
But I think what's happening is that, the Lauren Southerns of the world, pretty girl, she sees the men that are attracted to her. She sees the men that are attractive. And a lot of these women, I think, forget there's another whole subset of men that are invisible to women. That
Okay, let's check your comments. So, if any. All right. By the way, let me know if... Oh, Ginyu donated 20. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Let me know if there's any drop frames or if the picture quality's crap or anything like that. Okay, drop frames are good. Everything looks good. Let me know if it's not. G-Man789, two fat chungas talking about men. We have fallen hard. Yeah, these are the guys... These are the guys that you guys, well, maybe not you guys specifically, but so many men who identify with the red pill are supporting. It's ridiculous. 8 Skidge SK Gel Vet, emotional damage. Diogenes, quartering is essentially an e-girl, and like most people who talk to a camera for a living, selling fantasy, the lonely man, he doesn't manufacture goods, food, or housing while he consumes it. He does have that coffee company, right? But, you know. It's overpriced. Diogenes. So now that we have taken working men away, they're going to enter the bargaining phase to try and retain as much as they can while losing as little as they can. G-Man says, I can't believe they found a screen to fit their faces. Yeah. Well, you got enough money. Anything's possible. SK Gelvit. Okay. Diogenes, 50-year-old dude, weighs probably under 200 pounds. I'm in my 50s. And I weigh 100 and... usually when I get up and weigh myself in the morning, 159 and a half to 160.2 or 3. That's just like differentials in the amount of water being retained. So, yeah. A Joker is not under 200 pounds. What are you talking about? Look at him. Oh, my God. G-Man. He keeps waffling around with the men's retreat. Of course he does. It's never going to get built. That's like, what, 3 years now? G-Man, BB called the quartering his brother. It was a split second, but damn you. What's up with that? Brother? Dude scrubbed his freaking Twitter of most of his most heinous past comments on the red pill. But I remember some of them. Yeah. Oh, boy. Drumwolf 62, audio is very low. Okay, Drumwolf, whose audio is too low? You got to be more specific. Hopefully by the time I get to the bottom of the screen, you can tell me whose audio is low. Is it the quartering, my mic, or both? Because it doesn't help me to say audio is low. I need more specifics. Diogenes Dworkinson. Yeah, never give people money to manage for you. No one cares about money. Your money more than you. Yeah. Diogenes, background behind BB is a green screen. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. He lost it in some videos, is living in a construction site with no drywall in the walls, just exposed studs. Huh. Okay. G-Man, it's all about shekels. BB is taking advantage of a disenfranchised man. Shows how desperate men are. Pretty much. K. Jovet, Joker won $250,000 and has not touched it yet. What are you talking about? How do you... I love these people who jump to defend him. How do you know he has? What do you mean? He just built a house. He hasn't touched it. Have you seen the bank statement? By the way, those can be, faked big time. How do you know? I love it. Somebody is in denial. It's in a bank account. Well, he gets his home sorted. Oh, is it? And you believe that? Have you seen evidence? No. He's waiting for land prices to drop. What are you talking about? So don't you think it's a little coincidental that he bought the land and started building the house directly after he won the $250,000 that you think he still has somewhere? He's sitting on it. It's in his house. Oh, if he's decided to use it for something else, it's his. No, it's not. Because he acquired that money under the pretense that he would use it for a very specific purpose he hasn't used it for. That's called fraud. G-Man says, so, what about the men's retreat? Yeah. You're not going to... Yeah. What about it? People like SK Gelvit are going to White Knight and simp for fatter Bachelor. Diogenes. Yeah. G-Man. Didn't BB get along with Fresh and Fit? He did until now. But that was when he was small, though. Right? That was when he was a small nobody. He appeared on their show and he kissed their asses and kissed up to them and didn't challenge them in any way. And by the way, he's got all this stuff to say about them now, indirectly, without addressing them, without specifically making reference to them while obviously talking about them. Why didn't he do that while he was on his show? Well, he had about 50,000 followers, 75,000 followers then, so Yeah. That's called lacking integrity. I won't say it to your face because I need your support. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, but once I'm big enough, once I have enough of an audience, then I will, trash talk you. Behind your back. Yeah. This is your advocate, people. Oh, boy. Diogenes, women are picking the bear because it's popular. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Say S test, correct. Diogenes, exactly. Conflating people in the space with the space itself. Again, Ginyu, thank you very much for the donation, man. It's much appreciated. Keep them coming in, people. G-Man, I remember the roast of Lauren Southern years back. Yeah. She's a fake, fraud, phony chameleon. G-Man says, quartering is simply for Lauren. He wants to tag team her with Destiny. G-Man says, everything's good on my end. Good. G-Man says, haters incoming. Ginyu, I like Joker. Well, may not like him so much by the end of this broadcast. All right, back to the video.
She just pays them no mind. They don't exist. It's the guy at the 7-Eleven. It's the guy that working at the gas station. It's the guy that's not, built or tall or good looking. It's the Taco Bell guy. They're invisible to women like that. So when she's thinking of men, she's thinking of the men that she would date and the men that would date her. She's forgetting about the other 80% or so that are just not of her mind,
Yeah, that's a great point. And I agree with you. Like, sometimes I find that, creating content does generally keep me a little more grounded. And then also, this is something I always tell my viewers, like going out and touching grass is still really, really, really important. And, I play in like a dark...
By the way, what is that? Can somebody tell me what that means? I guess it means that you need to get outside every once in a while and connect with nature and the objective world or something like that. Play with a deer. Let me know if that's the case. That sounds like that's the case.
League in a bowling league, and I go there, and it's like a sea of those guys.
Right.
Single Saturday night bowling league, not a woman in sight.
And that's not anything you would know anything about. And you're trying to rebrand yourself as the rational, reasonable alternative to the red pill while espousing red pill talking points, you disingenuous cunt. You.
Singles, Tuesday night dart league, not a woman in sight. Every one of these guys have good jobs, good or decent jobs.
Keep nodding.
They're like decent guys, fatter. But they've just, I don't know, they just have checked out or... I often tell them, I'll say like, dude, you're not going to meet a wife in these whole, like I played darts in like dive bars,
Right.
And they're like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to use dating apps either. And then before you know it, they're like 40 and single. And
what's wrong with that? Well, yeah, here's the TradCon in him coming out, right?
And that, on the flip side of that, with this new wave of red pill content,
which is evil, by the way, which is why I don't identify with the red pill, but everything I'm saying comes straight out of the red pill playbook. Politicians, both of these guys.
I worry. Oh, I meant to say, someone said that basically the red pill terminology has been co-opted, and to a degree, I think that's probably true.
Well, you're trying to co-opt it. I love the lack of self-awareness. Both of these hulky, chunky monkey mofos are trying to co-opt it. As they call other people, co-opters.
Like these, again, like I have kind of buried the hatchet with the Fresh and Fit guys, but I don't think yelling at whores is beneficial.
Why not? They're whores. Why don't we yell at them? We used to yell at them all the time in the past, and guess what? There were a lot less whores.
I don't think that...
It feels good. I'll be honest.
Well, I want some of the woman to watch too. I want to increase my female audience, so, I gotta simp for the woman. Well, trying to present myself as someone who doesn't simp for the woman.
funny,
does.
it's entertaining. Jerry Springer has its spot. You know,
Right.
I don't think that a woman.
Oh,
who
oh
hasn't
yeah,
had
I
a
love how he's cut. Yeah, great. Yeah. This is. Oh, let's make a joke of the red pill. And any man in the red pill space, well, I'm going to conflate them with Jerry Springer. Scumbag. I love Joker. He's actually agreeing. Look at his face. Yeah, these relative talking points I'm over here because I'm distancing myself from the red pill too. Keep talking. It's more shekels for me.
boyfriend in forever and can't get a man should be giving men advice on what women want.
Right.
This from a guy that married his, high school sweetheart. Have you seen his wife? She's no catch, looks wise, but neither is he. So, what the hell does he know?
You know, or how to be happy. How do you? I guess you do like what you say and you rebrand. Like I'm not a red pill.
They're telling you. Can I be any more clear with you guys that Fat Bachelor is a fraud? They're telling you outright, I'm attempting to rebrand. Why do you try to rebrand? Well, in this case, it's obviously for money. They're losing money. Quarterings all the time, talking about how he's losing money. His viewership is down, his ad revenue is down. Same for Fatter Bachelor. His views are down, his ad revenue is down. The space is becoming clogged up. The red pill is becoming more and more proliferate. More and more people are talking about it. It's becoming more mainstream. Too many people in the space. Well, by those shekels, they're getting diluted now. My donations are getting diluted by all these other people in the space. Get out of my space. Yeah, so instead of working harder at producing better red pill content, I'm going to distance myself and try to go more mainstream. Rebrand!
Content creator. I'm a men's advocate. And maybe that's...
It's disingenuous. I'm just going to rebrand as a men's advocate. They're telling you they're fakes. They're telling you they're phonies. They're telling you that this is just an opportunistic grift to make money. I'm going to rebrand. I'm going to be whatever I need to be to make the most money. Are you listening? Pinheads out there white knighting and simping for a better bachelor. Are you paying attention? Look at his face. Look, he's a deer in the headlights kid. Look at Better Bachelor's face. He's giving away all the secrets. He's giving away the secret sauce. Shut up, Jeremy. Holy crap, you're telling people that we're grifters. Stop it.
the better way to differentiate.
I think so. And the other thing too is, I've done videos where it's like, here's some ideas for investing. And, I'll say, here's some professionals, but here's...
Dude, you've grifted all your money. You don't know nothing about investing. You built that house off of lies. I'll build you a men's retreat if you give me $250,000. Buy some razors and I'll get $250,000. I'll buy you a men's retreat. Then he built a house. And you got a lot of idiots out here talking about, he's going to build that retreat eventually. It's been 3 years. Wake up and smell the coffee, morons.
what I've done that's done very well for me. 30,000 views. Wife leave husband finds out.
I know where you're going.
Right. Wife leave husband secretly finds out he was actually rich. 2.1 million views. I've got some videos that are...
Those days are over with, Fatter. Over! Which is why you're here with this con man, the quartering.
Millions of views.
Yeah.
And so what I learned is it's kind of like you want to get the message out, but you got to be entertaining. So you put the craziness out there.
Here come the utilitarian arguments. Here it comes, the rationalizations.
Say, guys, you'll never believe this. And then, you start segueing into be happy on your own. Hit the gym.
By the way, go Google consequentialism and utilitarianism, and you'll see what a big fraud this Fatter is.
Eat right. If you're down and out and feeling bad about things.
Eat right. Look in the mirror.
Take some courses on interacting with other human beings. Just go out and...
This from a dude that's whiter than the whitest Ku Klux Klan sheep. Sheep, yo. Jeez, look at him. When's the last time you were outside, pal? How many vitamin D pills are you popping a day?
Talk to strangers till you're comfortable. So you put here's how you make your life better at the end of the video, and in the beginning you tell a crazy story. And then I go look at my metrics, and about halfway through the video, everybody's like, I'm good. And then they check out of the video.
See, this guy is telling you his secret sauce. He's all about metrics and looking at what gets the most, views for spews from him. He's not a genuine advocate of men, okay? All about the shekels.
you say, okay, but I'm doing my part of it. If they want to see maybe the life lesson or something that may help them, they stick around. And if they're like, nah, I just wanted the craziness and I tap out, that's up to them. But I think you have to do that. And some content creators have found that they just go craziness. They get all the views. They start getting the sponsorships. They're getting the ad revenue. They put it in there. And they forget, oh, weren't we supposed to talk about how to help men? Weren't we supposed to maybe put some life lessons in here or something that's positive people can take away from it?
By the way, I thought that was what the red pill was, to help men. He don't care about that.
And I have to remind myself to do that too. You know, every couple of videos I try to say, hey, all right, you know, here's a woke brand or a woke company like Disney or Budweiser or whatever that's completely failing, and here's a good story of why we're winning. And
right, it sounds like an afterthought. By the way, that's all lies. We're not winning anything. So the men's stuff, the men's advocacy stuff, it's just an afterthought. All right? What he really cares about is the stuff that gets the most views.
Men doing well. And so you kind of have to kind of mix it up to where people don't, it's not just pounding lessons into their head, and it's not just craziness. And I think some of the new people in this area are like,
right, new people are coming into the area and taking away his shekels.
Like, how do I drive views? How do I get as many sponsor dollars as I can?
That's you also.
How do I line my
well, he's not got any real sponsors yet. That's why he's here.
Pockets and then
You know why, Joker? Because they don't care about men.
I think,
oh, but I do. You incel loser red pill guys, but I care. Ha ha ha! You piece of crap! You care? Get out of here.
that's part of it. I think that's part of it.
I mean, I'll say it.
You care.
Or maybe they start out with the good intentions, but somewhere along the line, they get
I
lost.
love how he's low key casting shade on everybody else, all these new people in the space, meaning I'm one of the legit ones.
And
hopefully.
And it is something that you have to remind yourself, hey, like, what are we doing here? And so I think maybe that's why I'm pulling away from some of because I don't want to be like, I don't have anything against like the Andrew Tates and the Pearl and Fresh and Fit.
fine.
I'm like, hey, the more voices singing the praises.
What are you talking about? You just spent the first 10 minutes bashing them and talking about how they're spreading a message that is essentially bad for men. You spend all that time poisoning the well, and now I have nothing against them, as I talked about what I have against them. Oh, Lord.
Of men and making fun of the craziness, I'm all for that. But when some of the voices, like Andrew Tate says, oh, you enjoy sleeping with women, well, you're gay.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
It's like, we're not here, dude. Like,
I think you're right.
Yeah, let's just take one exceptional outlier example and use that to paint everybody else in the space except me as a fraud. Great. Yeah.
I try to do that in my content too. Like, I've watched some people who like review my channel or who talk about me, and they'll say like, yeah, his titles are crazy clickbait, but usually once you get into the video, he's like, all right, guys, it's like, come on, this is funny, but here's like a little, I get you in with the red pill, like big time, and I sneak a white pill in and mix it in with you and try to give people some level of hope. Because
white pill, hope. You mean optimism?
That's what's really important to me, is that
lying to people. I want to give you hope, even if there's no hope. I want to tell you what you want to hear, so you watch. So you're a liar. Okay.
Men have hope, because when men lose hope, very, very bad things happen.
Yeah. Right. Okay. First of all, yeah, and maybe those bad things need to happen. So let's give them false hope, because that's what you're really talking about. False hope. We're winning, says Fatter Bachelor. I'm looking around. I don't see wins. Where are we winning? What are you talking about? You're lying. That's a lie. We're not winning anything, you fat. Jesus.
And, I think that it's fine to consume.
They're telling you, my job is to keep men in line so they don't get too extreme and push back too much against the status quo, which is really what these guys' jobs are. Keep you in line.
Jerry Springer content.
Again with the poison the well reference to Jerry Springer. Get out of here, fats. Oh yeah, you're allied to men.
That's totally fine. I think it's funny. I think it's funny to dunk on dumb OnlyFans girls. It's entertaining. But I just worry about the amount of people that's like that's how they think all girls are.
By the way, I find it interesting how he's jumping to the defense of women. Where's your defense of men? This fatso, this guy sitting there wearing a sheep that he probably ate on his hat, chunky monkey, mofo, talking about how they don't really care about men. That, implying that I do. All you're doing is defending women. All you've done the entire almost half hour that we've been watching so far is defend women and make excuses for women. I haven't seen you do that for men at all. But you're a man advocate for men? What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Because that's just not true. And just like there's a huge group of men who are unseen, there are actually, and believe it or not, there are women out there that are the same, that are like average looking girls. They work retail or they work whatever. And I don't know what's going to I don't know
What is he talking about? No, there's no such thing as female incels. What are you talking about? Women can get sex whenever they want. What is he talking about? Working retail? What? He just gave himself away. That's a feminist talking point. But, there's these women working lowly jobs that men don't see. What are you talking about? That's a feminist equality talking point. You're essentially saying that men view women the same way women view men. They care about her job. What are you talking about, fatso?
what's going to happen in 20 years.
I can tell you what's currently what is trending, at least, is that
let's keep giving descriptions instead of prescriptions, right? Yeah.
The expectations for this generation, whether it's education, job income, dating, they've been told you deserve it all. You are the best. You're awesome. Don't settle for less. And
is this a red pill talking? I mean, he's not wrong, but what he's talking about right now isn't addressing at least not directly, the problems in communications and relationships between men and women, which is what his whole channel is supposed to be about. It's interesting how he's now shifting the focus. Yeah, it's more mainstream talking point, right? See?
I think guys very quickly find out, oh, this isn't true. Like, I can think that way, but it's not working out for me. I'm getting my face pounded into the dirt. But the women are a little bit slower in that take-up, because what they find...
It's because women are not getting their faces pounded into the dirt the way men are, because they live life on easy mode. Or did you forget that? Fatter.
Is the girl that's a 5 or a 6 or 7 or somewhere, an average girl. She may not decide to date the guy that's kind of her level. I don't know if you're familiar with the term hypergamy, but it is a thing.
You can explain.
These are very milquetoast talking points that are very much more accepted now in the mainstream.
Explain it though. Yeah.
So if you go back before the internet, before dating apps, before...
Anyway, let's get to your comments, if any. I love this milquetoast stuff, right? Staying on very safe subjects. Of course he is. He's trying to rebrand. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Diogenes. Is it a tube thing, verboten subject? I'm not sure what you're referring to. G-Man says, this is why being a fence-sitting man is no good. Yeah. Sitting on the fence is not helping anybody. Wait, what's wrong with utilitarianism? What's wrong with doing what works because it works? And what's the alternative? Because it's an ends justify the means type of argument, which isn't always true. You're just looking at the end result, and you're not actually focusing on how you got there, which also doesn't address all of the unintended and usually ignored consequences of those ends, which lead to the supposed desired means. I mean, the ends, excuse me. How did you get to those ends? What were the means that were used, and what unintended consequences were brought about by those means? By that utility that resulted in the desired outcome. Yeah. And people usually conveniently ignore all of the damage done to get there. Diogenes, men love women enough to go down with the ships so women can have the lifeboats. And women love men enough to let men so women can have the lifeboats. Wait. Can you not see my other comment? Diogenes, G-Man says the guy changes colors like a chameleon. If you're talking about Bachelor, I agree. All right, that's it for the comments. I wish you guys, please give me some more comments. By the way, G-Man donated another $2. Thank you, G-Man. G-Man says the game is over for BB. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, that's why he's rebranding. People are starting to wake up. Where's my men's retreat? Got to rebrand. You got to reach a new audience. The old audience I have is starting to recognize that I'm a shekel chasing fraud. All right, back to the show. Give me more comments, guys, so I have something to talk about during intermissions here. I can only take so much of this garbage they're spewing. I need a break and some interesting comments to reply to. All right.
For all the craziness. Somebody that's a 5 would flirt with a 7 and make no progress. But they'd have a 3 flirting with them. And they'd say, okay, I'm better than a 3, but I can't nab a 7. And through the course of growing up and just aging and dating and interacting with other humans, you pretty much get a good center on what am I? Am I an average guy? Am I a little better than average? Am I not? I don't do well. And women were kind of the same way. And so when it came down to finally dating and settling and finding the right person, yeah, you might have a couple of notches under your belt. Maybe you made some mistakes, but you find somebody that's about your level and you end up getting married, having kids, etc.
That was usually done by like the end of high school back in the day, you know.
Very much so. The pretty girls knew they were pretty. The girls that were kind of homely knew they were homely. Mm-hmm. But now what's happening is that because you have these dating apps and you have a mid. Now we're on Rumble and we're on YouTube, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you use YouTubeisms, as I like to call them?
Yes. Yeah,
okay. We're on the same page then.
Yeah.
So I call it only fools because if you say the other word too much, what?
Yep.
So girls get on only fools and they have a trillion threes that are men saying you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're amazing. And so they go, oh, well, I was a 5. But I have thousands of men saying I'm gorgeous. I must be an 8. When in reality, it's the 3 is giving them the compliments, right? So their ego gets inflated, and then they find they can sleep with a guy that's 2 or 3 rungs higher on the. And all of a sudden, women have a false sense of value, and that it's really hard for that to fall. And so the women's dating expectations get all weirded out and messed up. And then you've got average guys that are trying to talk to girls, and girls are blowing them out or making fun of them. Or they're saying, I'm sleeping with a 7, even though the 7 won't date me long term. I could date a 5 long term, but I can do better because the 7 wants me. I'm sleeping with him. I'm going to get a 7. And now everybody's confused. And everybody's like, who's really right for me? And I think men feel worse than they actually are. And I think the women think they're better than they are because of social media and, you know, the billions of likes and comments. And so now no one can find that correct level to pair up with, and it's leading everybody to be sad and miserable because the women are getting slept with and then bounced on by these guys, and the guys that would actually date them and love them and probably treat them very well, they see as beneath them until they're 30 or 35, and then age catches up. Maybe they got a kid.
I'm waiting for Jeremy to jump in here and try to shift the blame to men like he was before.
They start looking I'm not so hot anymore. I'm getting the wrinkles and age. And now I want to settle down. And they end up settling with a guy that they feel's beneath them. And the guy ends up settling with her, even though she's the single mom and older than maybe he wants to date, because it's the first woman he's really had an opportunity with. And so everything's screwed up and everybody's unhappy. And I try to tell the guys, you're going to be fine. Just relax. There's friends. Go find companions.
Yeah, the apathy. No, everything's not going to be fine, Fatter. It will not be fine. When there's a war going on, it's not fine. Just sit back and relax and do nothing. Sounds a lot like those guys over the Daily Wire. So, this guy, I don't know, man. Is he controlled opposition? I don't know. just do nothing, man. That's the solution to everything. Apathy solves all. It's amazing to me how so many people these days mistake apathy for stoicism. Or grifters like this guy present apathy as some form of a stoic approach. No, it's just apathy.
Go to the bowling leagues, the dart leagues, shoot pool.
Drown yourself in... How is he... Wait. How is he any different than Fresh and Fit? So let me get this straight. You falsely frame, and maybe they do. I guess they have. They're PUA dudes. I gotta sleep with all these bros before we get married. So they tell men to imbibe in materialism to make up for the lack of fulfillment and meaning of a non-materialistic nature in their lives. Well, aren't you doing the same thing? Go indulge in materialism, the earthly pleasures of the world, since, the more meaningful, generally in the past meaningful aspects of life are not available to you. Where's the self-awareness here? Go drink and party and play darts and hang out and just indulge in the pleasures of life to distract yourself away from the lack of meaning that might actually be brought about in your life by doing something. But no. Now, apathy. You need to embrace apathy. What?
Don't worry about women. Get everything else in your life correct, and women will find you if you get your crap together.
Women will find me. Right, hose. Ran through hose. So let me get this straight. I need to focus on all this other materialistic crap. And then the women are going to find me. Yeah, gold diggers. Hypergamous gold diggers like the ones you were just talking about and giving the side eye to and speaking in a very negative way about. Yeah, I don't want those broads. Pass. Notice he's not talking about the poor quality of women. No. Oh, you'll find a woman. Just work on yourself and everything will be okay. But until you have achieved being the person you want to be, like me and my 250-pound girth, don't worry about it. But once you have what I have, big fat ass, among other things, they'll find you. I don't want them to find me. I don't want anything to do with them. They're very low quality. And I'm not talking about that. Interesting, but he's red pill. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's not. Right, he's not.
And that's all you can do, because if you try to tell guys, okay, here's what you need to do, they're probably...
Oh, I don't want to tell guys what they should do. Then I could be caught the task. And I might piss some people off, and then they might not give me money.
Totally going to fail. And if that's their goal, is women and dating, and they fail, they got nothing else.
Isn't that your goal? You said they should do all this stuff, get their life in order, and then the women will find them. Well, it sounds like you're saying that that's also your goal, just with some extra steps. That's also your goal. Women are also the goal in my prescription, but there's some extra steps involved, and I'm trying to make it look like that's not the goal. What?
So give them everything else, and then if the dating and the relationship and the sex part of it doesn't work out, they've at least got good friends and a good life and good savings, and
they're like 85% fulfilled. Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. And
85% fulfilled. 85% fulfilled with what? A life of materialistic hedonism from a big fat gluttonous blob. Stuffs his face constantly. And before you get on me, how dare you, realist? Look at him. You don't get that fat unless you're stuffing your face constantly.
It's something that I try to tell my 30-something single guy friends too. Is like, yeah, what happens? You're 100% right about that. And just to reiterate, what ends up happening too is that all the guys around that wanted to date these women, and they would hang out with them all night at the bar, and then some drunk Chad would show up and take her home. They don't want to date her anymore. When she's and when they do, if they do end up together, like you said, she will always sort of resent him. She'll always feel like she's settled, and they'll probably get divorced, probably after another kid.
Which is why now divorce statistics, 70% are filed by women.
These are all just generic truisms. They're just spewing out generic facts, not calling anybody to task, except men, not women. Not women. Now Bachelor's trying to be more middle of the road, milquetoast, fence sitter. Jeremy, the only people he's called to task are women. I mean men, excuse me. He hasn't called women to task. No.
Unless she's a college graduate,
Then it's 80.
and then it's 90%.
90. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So women are the ones filing for divorce because they're the ones that feel like they made a bad decision. I do think that when men get their other stuff right, like
let's shift the focus back on the men, right? Yeah, we can't be criticizing women too much. See, I called it.
You can be pretty happy. Like I have friends in their mid-30s that have,
this is all you, man.
Where they make between
we gotta stop talking about the woman. Let's get back to men. Yeah, of course.
80, 70 and $120,000 a year. They have no debt. They have their own house. And I'm always like, wow, are they gay? Like, no, they're cool. They're just chilling. They're fine. Like, and they're in that area where they don't, like a good friend of mine, I know he watches the show, so I won't name him, but he's 35. He makes excellent money. He doesn't have a college degree, but he's got a niche like service that he does. He does good. He's like, I can't find a woman who's not a single mom or blown out. Like, and I was like, well, and then he's not willing to settle. So I kept saying like, oh, we'll do this, do that.
And yet, by Bachelor's own words, just work on yourself. And then the women will come to you. No mention about how we don't want them to come to us because they're such poor quality.
No, he's just good. He's like, you know what? He's like going to be a sex bot guy.
Right,
he's just going to be like, hey, this is good. I don't want a single mom. I don't want to raise someone else's kid, which I respect and understand. But I think that there's that chart. I think the chart that Homath did, that's where he's talking about what you're talking about.
That's hypergamy. Yeah, that's hypergamy.
Yeah.
And that's been around for decades.
It's like on steroids now, dating apps though, because what guys I see it at the bar. I see guys who sleep with these mid women and never ever date them. Like they hook up with them for months sometimes, but I know they have no interest in marrying them or dating them. And then they're going to wake up and they're going to be in their mid-30s and they're going to hate life. And they're going to have a kid or they're going to have a couple abortions under their belt or whatever the case is. And all men will suck to them because they were fed this lie that they were better than they didn't accept the reality of their own station in life.
I love how he's just making excuses for the women, by the way. They were fed a lie. It's not their fault. They didn't practice discernment or critical thinking, but it's other people's fault. They were just fed a bad message.
Right. And these terms and the things that you're mentioning, they've been around for so long that the men's communities or guys that make this kind of content, we have expressions. And and so when you're like everything you just said, the guys that go and sleep and use these women the term is alpha widow. And the reason why they call that is because this woman has slept with alphas and never dated them, but slept with them. She feels like she's going to get one someday, and she never does. And so she's a widow by the time she makes it to her 30s. And the other expression you mentioned is men not dating, I'm good. And that is a beautiful expression I love called the juice is not worth the squeeze.
So now he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. See, he's a politician. He wants to appeal to both the guys that want a relationship and don't. He won't take a stand. He's just a milquetoast, phony, fraud, fence sitter. Never was, never has been a red pill. Dude, he's just a politician. Didn't he say before, get your stuff together and the woman will come to you? Now he's saying that, you say we're to squeeze. Which is it? Those are two contradictory statements, Pinhead. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which is guys are looking at what women's demands are and everything they want. And then they say, what are you bringing to the table? Well, I'm bringing me. Okay, well, I'm bringing me. So we're even on that. Now, what are you bringing? And women want the guy that has the money and is doing good for himself. And then she's coming along with a kid or a high body count or whatever. Yeah. And again, we're not here. In the past, I think a lot of guys would have said, I've never had an opportunity with women and we'll give it a shot. But then men realize, oh, she never wants to sleep with me, or it's a sexless marriage, or things aren't working out, or she's going to leave me because some guy down at the gym's she's sleeping with me behind the back. And I think guys are now just starting to say, like, I don't like the balance that the dating world is in. I'm going to hang back a little bit. Or they're going to say, I'd really like the wife and the kids and all that. But since I can't get that, I'm going to hit the gym. I'll dress like I got money a couple times a week.
Shouldn't you be taking your own advice? Fatter?
I'll go out and I'll sleep with these women, whatever ones I can get. And I'm going to pretend like I'm one of these guys that's having all the fun, but I don't want these women because, what? And man,
Who
it's
would?
just,
Yeah.
And
Nobody
then
wants sluts. Like we used to make fun of sluts. Remember?
we still do. Let's be honest with it. But
Right.
But,
yeah.
But according to didn't Jeremy just say that you shouldn't make fun of sluts? Didn't they earlier in their episode both say that? See, this is talk about liking and self-awareness. You guys were just saying it doesn't help anybody to make fun of sluts, and now you're saying it's fun to make fun of sluts. Which is it?
was a thing.
Right. And when you used to kind of make fun of those girls, even though it wouldn't necessarily change what they did, because everybody knew Stacy, the girl that slept with an entire football team. That happened back in 1990s, the same as it happens today. The difference is back then she was like, don't tell anybody.
Not as much.
Keep this on the down low. Yeah. She'd eventually find a sucker to marry her. Now women are like, oh, I've played videos on my channel where girls are getting interviewed on TikTok or something, and they're like, oh, I don't even remember, or it's probably triple digits or only fools stuff. And you start realizing, oh, they're proud of this. Yeah, and I think that's what really freaks guys out is they go, oh, they're proud of this. I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, that's and with that,
and by the way, it's a lot of that's inaccurate insofar as the amount. This stuff did not used to happen that much when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. Okay, stuff didn't always happen to the same degree that it does now. Not even close.
I want to kind of formally introduce who my guest is today. It's Joker from Better Bachelor. If you're watching on Rumble, there's a couple thousand people watching on Rumble. Please do follow his channel on Rumble.
Yeah, don't.
He's got, uploads videos just about every day. And also, if you're a YouTube only viewer, you can watch his same videos on YouTube. I never tell people where to watch videos. I mean, I prefer you watch them on Rumble, but I just prefer you watch them in general. And you can follow him on Twitter at Bachelor Joker. All of his
look at that picture. That is an old picture. Smoking that stogie. He's trying to present a certain image for branding. Look at how thin his face is. My God, now his face is pear-shaped. There it was a nice oval in that pic. Wow. How the mighty have fallen. But go to the gym.
Links are in the description down below. There are a couple of comments that came in I wanted to get. I thought they were questions for you. Unicycle Peon says, word up, Liquid. I mean, Joker. Glad to see you on quartering. Hi, Jeremy. Yeah, you were very highly requested.
Yeah.
Thizzle says, I want Bob's and Vagine and Big Sticks. Where is he? I thought he was coming on today. From what he said the last video clip you tweeted. He'll be on Monday. Actually, it's moving to 2 days a week. Cam says, the family court is the biggest reason for MGTOW. It's not a hate of women, but a desire to keep your bag. Social media just...
Interesting how they didn't bring up MGTOW at all. Or family courts at all. See, they're trying to stay away from specifics. Milk toast, generalized, descriptive discussions, very little, if any, prescriptive talk, not getting specific.
Magnified it. I want to go back to that one. I want to get your take on that.
Sure.
Why would I take a relationship advice from someone who cheated on their husband? I like some of her other takes, but the lack of self-awareness is kind of cringe.
But Lauren,
yeah, I mean,
joke.
It's we're all kind of in the give our opinion space, but it's like why I don't comment on like how to get healthy and how to be fit.
Even though Fatter Bachelor does comment on that, and this guy hasn't seen a salad in years. That he ate anyway.
I don't think single moms should be inserting themselves.
He's eating everything else, though.
This is what men need or want.
Right.
And she was fucking pissed about me saying that, but like.
And who'd you say that to?
Lauren.
Oh, yeah. I
quote tweeted. It was really basically like,
who cares?
Hey, if you're a single mom or you're a spinster who can't get a man, sit this one out. was basically shot at, well, single moms who have a lot to say. If you notice in the conservative space, there's a couple of them who are
Yeah, notice he doesn't make those comments anymore.
really chirping up last week.
Yep.
All of them single moms. What a coincidence.
Yeah, right.
And then, again, I don't have anything against single moms. Just don't tell men how to
Why don't you have anything against them? You should have something against them. They're destroying Western culture. You puss.
be happy. It's okay. Like, or don't give relationship advice.
But I can't hold women to account. I'm really a blue pill beta male, but I'm trying to do a rebrand too. Just like Grifter Bachelor.
And, but yeah, she was not. I'm like, all right, I'll delete it. That was a little, a little far.
He deleted it. Of course he did. Yeah, he doesn't have the courage of his convictions, supposed convictions. Yeah, fake. His convictions or whatever he thinks puts money in his pocket. Same for fatter Bachelor there. Yeah.
Unicycle PN says, Joker, the reason people check out when you switch to other topics is that you're the one of the most reasonable on men and women.
Is he though? Or does he just stick to very safe, milk toast, accepted, middle of the road discussions, right?
Love Undead Chronic for lulz, but other topics you may not be the go-to. But for other topics you may. Oh, people don't want reasonable takes?
I don't. I think some guys don't.
Some guys don't. Not if your mind's already made up.
Oh, yeah, who said he's reasonable? I don't necessarily agree with that at all. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. We'll see. He said a lot of unreasonable stuff here. He's contradicted himself a ton just on this podcast.
Andrew Tate's got how many, I mean.
He's bigger than both of us combined, and we'll never catch him. And he's got
Right.
some of the like hottest hot takes.
But he said a few things that are controversial or wrong, so, that means we should ignore him about everything he says. Yeah, that's flawed logic. But fatter is reasonable.
Imaginable, like having sex with a woman is gay.
Well, yeah, that's obviously nonsensical. So what? Okay. Was that taken in context? Okay, and what if it was? People aren't allowed to have a bad take every once in a while. Everything else they said must be wrong as well. Well, that's a logical fallacy, isn't it? Well, But you're reasonable. Whoa, throw the baby out with the bathwater. Whoa!
If you're not making kids.
Yeah, if you're not making kids. Says the guy who built his whole brand on slaying chicks. But okay, we won't go into that.
I don't think that's what he built his brand on, by the way. But anyway. Well, yeah. Okay, did he say he had the... Okay, maybe. So what? Okay. Yeah, you got a bad take. So what?
family court thing. Now, this is something I've always pushed back on. And I want you to,
push back on.
You tell me if, you
See, he's always pushed back on it, but he's more red pilled now, and he's reasonable. But he's always pushed back on, the family courts being unfair and biased toward men.
give it to me straight. I have a feeling you will. My thing is, a lot of guys, I have always felt like they hide behind the family court thing. Yes, the family courts are screwed up.
Right, they hide behind it. Oh yeah, they just need to man up and suck it up, sweetheart.
True. I'm not, no fault divorce is extreme.
But he's an ally to men. He cares about men.
Extremely bad. It's very, very bad for men. However,
Here it is. Here
most
we
of the
go.
people I find chirping about this are not married, and they're like, "Well, I don't want to get married."
Right. Well, yeah. So what? I got to be a murderer to comment on murder being wrong? Wait. This is the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. This makes no sense. So I have to be married to comment on marriage. I have to be a murderer to comment on murderers? What the fuck are you talking about, fatso? Are you retarded? You're reasonable? You're not allowed to have an opinion on thieving being bad because you're not a thief. What? This is the stupidest talking point I've ever heard. But continue.
Because of family courts, and I'm like, that to me, that is a self-defeating, a self-fulfilling prophecy, where you feel like, well, the system's fricked, so I'm not even.
How is recognizing that the system is biased toward men leading? What is it leading toward, by the way? Are you saying that men being afraid to get married because the system is biased toward married men in divorce is leading them to divorce. No, it's leading them to not get married, which, if you're red-pilled, you would acknowledge is the reasonable course.
You're going to engage. Well, then you can't complain. Where are you at with the kind of the family court?
I can't complain. This guy is not red-pilled. This is the same abortion argument. You're not a woman. You don't have a womb, so you can't comment on abortion. What?
It's people are obviously aware of it, talking about it. You talk about it.
Yep.
How can people like kind of combat that and like have a more?
How can people dare to have an opinion about something that directly affects them? Moron!
Like a more realistic take on it.
What do you mean more real? Oh, he's got the realistic take. What take? I didn't hear you say anything that was reasonable at all. It was retarded nonsense. Equivocation BS.
Well, I actually have a soundboard here, and I don't know if you can hear this or not.
Smart men don't get married.
Yes, I did hear that. Yeah.
Smart men do not get married right now. It has nothing to do with love, women.
Wait, Jeremy's face. He's not comfortable with this course of action because this what Joker's saying directly contradicts what he just said. How dare you have an opinion about marriage and the state of the family court when you're not even married? You SOPs, you. How dare you have an opinion? But he's reasonable. He's reasonable.
Sanctity of marriage or anything else. What it has to do with is there's going to be a lot of men that haven't married or they're younger, or there's going to be.
See, Jeremy's got to learn the red pill space grift, okay? You got to get those, you got to refine your opinions there, Jeremy, so you can grift off of the red pill space and get some of those red pill people to follow you and give you shekels, okay?
Guys that watch my content and see the comments. All you have to do is see men that there are men that have to pay child support to a child that is not biologically theirs. Mm-hmm. There are men that have to pay alimony and child support based on how much they were making.
Yeah, see, those men are allowed to comment and have an opinion, right? Because it's they're married or they've been married, so okay. But the people who haven't been but are observing and see how bad it is, no. You can't comment.
Not how much they are making, and they can't get it corrected down. I don't know if you ever saw the Dave Foley, Joe Rogan interview. Have you ever seen that?
No, but I do know men who are paying enormous amounts of child support, even though they don't make anywhere near what they did when the court assigned it. So I do know people. Every guy knows some guy that's getting hosed.
The Dave Foley one went really viral because when he was on what was his show there, News Radio or whatever.
Yes.
And he was ordered to pay $50,000 a month, and then when he lost the show, he's like, "Well, I'm not working right now." And the court was like, "I don't care, $50,000 a month. He can't go back to Canada ever, or he gets thrown straight in jail."
Yeah.
So what's happening is guys are seeing my uncle, my brother, my father, a zillion guys out there that are really getting crushed by the courts. And then they see the percentage of marriages that are either loveless, the guys are not getting the sex or the intimacy they want. They see the divorce rates. They see all these problems, and they say, okay, if there's a bag of 100 M&Ms, and you eat 50 of them and you're a millionaire, but if you eat the wrong 50 of them, you're dead. You're expired. Do you take the gamble to become a millionaire? Now, most people would say, no, that's too high a risk for me.
Yeah.
Well, when you realize the divorce statistics are like that and happy people are like that, guys are kind of saying, you know, the minute you say I do, the courts are now have you linked with this person. And with no fault, she can leave. And statistically, you're not going to get custody of the kids.
Points.
85% of the time, it's either joint or to the woman. You're going to probably pay alimony if she...
Just spewing facts. Just spewing facts. This is a logical fallacy. So he wants you to listen to him, to follow him, to hitch your wagon to him. Yeah, I'm going to spew all these truths, and then I'm going to use the fact that I'm speaking all this truth to get you to believe other things I'm saying that may not be true, or discussion topics. I'm going to get you to care about things that aren't directly related to what the red pill is generally about. And that way I shift the conversation, the focus away from the things that might threaten the status quo.
Makes more. And they look at these things and they say, you know something? I'm fine with loving women. I'm fine with dating them long term. I'm not going to put myself in a situation where a lawyer and the court can take and start dictating which way my life is going for the next 18 years or whatever.
However,
and that's all. Yeah.
Why didn't you call Fats, the quartering, on his obvious nonsense about men not being able to have an opinion if they're not married or haven't been married? A ridiculous, nonsensical, absurd. What the hell? Why didn't you call him on that? Huh, Joker? I don't want to rock the boat.
And that's all they're saying. Me personally, I think marriage is awesome. I think it's
until you're bigger than Jeremy, and then you'll call him out, right? Like you did Fresh and Fit.
Ironically, I've been there, done that. The thing is, when mine kind of fell apart after 8 years, it wasn't by my choice, and that choice is not in your hands. So I'm going to use you as an example, not because, but I think you've been with your wife like 20 years, something like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't.
Well, Jeremy, you're not allowed to talk about single men that don't want to get married, because you're not single, and you haven't been single since before adulthood. So you've never, as an adult, been involved in the dating market, using dating apps, casual dating, hookup culture. You've never been involved in any of that. You've never been a single guy out here playing the game. So you're really not allowed to have an opinion, Fats. Quartering. So by your own logic, you are discussing things that you have no direct relation to, that you have never been involved in, that don't concern you by your own logic. So you're not allowed to have an opinion, right? So you should shut up and stop talking about all the stuff that you've been talking about for years, because it doesn't apply to you, right? The lack of self-awareness again.
I'm going to paint a picture. It's probably not accurate, so please don't.
Yeah. I won't be offended.
Let's say you're a YouTuber, you're successful, you're doing very well. I don't think you have kids, do you?
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
Okay,
no kids.
And let's say,
then why are you married? Why are you married if you don't have kids? Why don't you have kids, huh? Perhaps because you're enjoying your materialistic existence too much. Huh? Could that be it? You gluttonous slob, you?
she's just, Miss Homemaker. And she decides to go her way. She could leave and say, I'm going to find my own job and pull my own weight. You have nothing to do with that decision. Only she does. Let's say you guys have kids together. She wants custody of the kids.
Why isn't he talking about no-fault divorce? Huh, Jeremy? You're a big fan of, milquetoast, generally accepted talking points, right, from the red pill side without identifying as red pill. Why don't you talk about no-fault divorce, huh?
That's not your choice. That's hers. Everything
But he's men's ally. He cares about men.
kind of defaults back to, well, what's the woman want? And then we'll figure it out from there. And so what's happening is it's hurting a lot of guys. And guys realize, like, oh, I don't want any of this to happen. Well, it doesn't matter what you want. If you look at Steven Crowder's divorce, them arguing and all that crap aside, he was very much against the guys going their own way. And he was, because he called them weak and stupid. And
just like Jeremy still is.
He got crushed.
And then he got crushed. You know what he said? He said, I picked the wrong woman. And I chose poorly. And I would do things differently.
Yeah, Crowder's wife was very attractive, by the way, before the twins, and then she let herself go quite a bit, but picked the wrong woman. Yeah.
Well,
could you imagine having twins? And then it's like diabolical. It's like she's like, okay, well, I'm going to make sure I get more money from you for 18 years.
You can't comment, Jeremy. You don't have kids. You're not allowed to comment on anything involving kids because you have no kids.
Because I don't know this for a fact. Tell me if I think they did IVF. I think.
And that oftentimes, now I don't know if they did either. But
I don't know either, but it was like
up with 2+ kids.
Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but if that was, like, I don't, like, when I was just down there, I didn't ask Steven. I don't ask him about his personal stuff,
Right.
Of course not.
But
don't rock the boat.
Can you, like,
he's bigger than you. Don't want to rock the boat. Don't have any integrity.
Oh my God! If she was bad, bro, you had twins. Like, you could have got divorced a year before that, and
Right.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't have kids. Then you wouldn't have any kids. You'd have nothing to show for it, like you, with your childless household.
And now she, instead of paying, whatever, millions of dollars that he has to pay her, now it's 2 kids too that he has to pay her an enormous amount for.
And let's make this assumption. We can both say no one knows the truth of what went on in that household. That's
right. That's what my position.
It's impossible to know. She deleted thousands of hours of video, of a ring cam video that the court told her not to delete, but she deleted anyway because it totally, completely contradicted her BS. I was abused. BS.
Always was.
Right. But now look at his business is at risk. His reputation is at risk. His ability to see his children and have some custody is at risk. His entire life is at risk. If you take the assumption it's his fault, he was a jerk, he was horrible, and he deserved all that.
Well, that's what the mainstream media said.
Either way, his life is ruined. Let's take the assumption that he didn't do anything and he was innocent. Either way, his life is ruined. All that is taken out of a man's hands because of marriage and the courts. So I think most dudes today are saying, I'm fine with loving women. I'd like to be with one. I'll date them long term, but they're not going to live with me because in a lot of states, living with somebody, cohabitation.
By the way, in my opinion, Better Bachelor has no original opinions. Every take he gives is directly cribbed from somebody else. I mean, he's like a more presentable Tom Likas. This guy just listened to some Tom Likas videos, okay? And other people. I don't think he has an original take in his body. Nowhere. Not an original bone in his body in regards to the red pill space. Haven't heard any.
In the same pot. And they say, I don't want a court and attorneys to goad the woman that I was with into doing more because that's how they make more money.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody having, and so the guys that say the going their own way, the MGTOW or, all they're saying, the guys going their way aren't saying, I'm going to ignore women. I hate women. Screw women.
But you don't identify with the MGTOW, correct? Because they're seen as too extreme. You're reasonable.
Women. It's a rainbow. There are some guys that are like, I never want to interact with them.
Percentage, yeah.
Right. There's guys that say, I never want to interact with a woman again as long as I live. I won't even go to the cashier, female cashier at the checkout if there's a guy available. To the range of guys going all the way up saying, I date women. I've got a girlfriend of long term. I'm traveling overseas to get married and to the Philippines.
A lot of guys are doing that.
Mm-hmm. Right. To where the laws are better. And I love women. All it means is a guy.
Just be careful if you do that, guys. If you're going overseas to a more traditional country to meet abroad, marry abroad, and hopefully settle down with some foreign chick, you can never bring her back here or to any other Western country. Just know that.
Guy going his own way saying, I'm not going to let anybody but myself determine my life ahead of me. That's all they're saying. And that means women, courts, lawyers, whatever. No one's going to tell me how this is going to turn out for me.
Yeah, I think that MGTOW gets a bad rap. I've spoken at some men's rights conferences.
You've given them a bad rap. You have directly, verbally spewed tons of venom at that group. But now you're more middle of the road.
And I absolutely have met men that very clearly hate women.
Yes.
But it's a small percentage.
Yes.
Most of the guys that I've met at these conferences got boned hard in a divorce. That's a common thread. Either they got boned in a divorce or someone they know or their brother or their best friend did. And that's how they ended up there. Most of them don't hate women in my experience. Yes, you have maybe some of the extremes like literal actual incels, which is an extremely small group of people. Or you're literal people that, super chat $500 to call women whores on some of these shows. Okay.
Right.
But most men, like you mentioned, to use two examples, I am completely self-aware. So Steven Crowder's life is
You're not self-aware. You've proven that.
not ruined. He's going to go from making $10 million a year to $7 million a year. He's fine.
Sure.
For me,
He's fine.
I was with her before I made any money. She stayed with me. She helped enable me to make this money. If she took a half of everything tomorrow,
Not a
I'd
big
be
deal.
fine with it.
No.
But that's not most guys. most guys who, like, if I were, let's say she left me tomorrow and I'm still cool with it, you know, we split everything down the middle. I feel good with that. I probably wouldn't get married again.
Right.
You know,
Why
because
not?
now I'm at a different spot in my life where I would need to have to find a woman that is a ultra high earner or has incredible assets to bring to the table, because I don't want to get some Stacy come lately to get half
Right.
of my shit. You know,
Right.
so I am like aware of, you know, a lot of people give me the business about like, well, you got lucky.
But I thought that men just used the family court system and how stilted everything is against men as an excuse not to get married, right? The implication being they should get married. Now they shouldn't. It's all over the place. Self-aware, my ass.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have been with her since I was 17 years old. So I don't know. What is
You're
that?
not allowed to comment on any adult issues here. You haven't been single as an adult. You need to shut up.
24 years. And
Simp!
I get that the dating scene is different, but I also understand that like most people are not in that scenario. A lot of guys that work, like if you go out and you talk to regular guys,
Better Bachelor swallowing hard. Yeah, getting into some uncomfortable territory. Yeah.
a lot of guys out there, like ladies out there, you're missing out on like HVAC guys, plumbers, people that do tiling, people that do carpentry, people that work for the road service. I have like dozens of guy friends that make $120,000 a year doing jobs that are not glamorous. And these
Right.
guys are sitting on mountains of cash. They show up at the bar, they all smell like sweat and they're greasy and they're tired from working 10 hours, and the girls don't talk to them. I'm like, you women are so stupid. Like these guys, like these guys are mega ultra golden goose catches.
Right.
And and they're fine with that because they're just working, they're stacking their paper, they're buying their fishing boats.
Something's making better, fatter Bachelor uncomfortable here. Just look at his body language. I don't know what it is, but something.
They're buying their jet ski, they're buying that, they all drive nice cars, all these guys, and like they don't care. Like they, like you said, they'll shower up. I see them like out on the weekends. They're showered up, cleaned up. They'll bet a chick for sure, but they're not dating any of them because
Right.
they're like, I've got too
You're getting too specific, Jeremy. We got to bring it back to generalities.
much. I work too hard. I'm not trying to share this with anybody. And I've come to understand more of that mindset as I've seen what's happened in the
Talking points are too red pill, Jeremy. Dial it back. I'm trying to be more milk toast and fence sitting in the middle of the road.
kind of in the dating world and the just in the relationship sphere.
Right. And when you look at, there's a friend of mine and an author. His name is Aaron Clary. He's
boy.
here on YouTube.
Here we
They
go.
call him Cappy.
Better shift the focus. Yeah.
And he's a finance guy. And, he broke down just by statistics. He has a book. It's a book called The Book of Numbers, I believe is the title of it.
Okay.
And he broke it down. And it's like, by the time you say, all right, are they a left-hard? Are they woke?
Yeah.
Are they tattoos and all marked up, or are they mental? Because there's I forget the percentage of women now that are taking SSRIs.
Yeah.
And when you start, okay, this sliver.
Let's get back to statistics. Let's get back to stats. Let's get back to things that can be proven on paper. Let's stay away from, more extreme, specific discussions that are just opinion-based in the red pill space. Yeah.
And by the time you start breaking it down, you get down to a really small sliver where you go, okay, she has all the values I have. And so I think what a lot of guys are doing is they're saying, I'm looking at the numbers, I look at the math, and feminism, before this latest wave of feminism, when I was back, even when I was closer to your age, but, when I was probably in my 20s, like 20 or 30 years ago, women still had expectations. I would go out on a date with a woman, and of course, boys being boys is kind of like,
So, this is another way that he's a fraud. He buys into this idea that there's differing waves of feminism. There's no differing waves. It's just the natural progression of more centralized power and government catering to the wants, desires, the whims of feminist women. It's a progression. It's a natural progression. There is no first wave, second wave. There is no, fourth wave feminism different than first wave feminism. They're all the same. We're just seeing the natural obvious, logical progression, chain of events over time. Joker doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just spewing mainstream talking points. That's all. Nothing original here. And he's wrong as well.
You want to come in, you want to have a drink.
Right.
And a certain percentage of women did, but a lot of women said, no, I only do that with boyfriends, or I want a few more dates and I want to feel this. And so the odds of finding a woman that was not promiscuous and much more reserved was way higher. And so I think a lot of guys...
Third wave feminism blew it out.
There's no waves.
These women are all going to be
no waves.
in their 50s. Their uteruses are going to be elephants' graveyard.
This wave BS came from a book, okay? That just described... it was just descriptive in terms of the progression, which is obviously natural. Push a stone down a hill, and the stone will roll until it runs into an obstruction, and then it will stop. It's just an observation of the natural progressive chain of events. There's no waves. There's no wave to the stone rolling down the hill. There's no waves to feminism. It's absurd.
Right. And they're going to be sad, angry at the world, at the lie that third wave. I've been... Like, we're on the same page. That's why I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm like, dude, that point is a point I'm trying to make to women. Like, it's an op. This, like, sexual freedom, liberation thing is an op.
Yeah, people have been talking about this for years, and only now are people like Jeremy getting on board because it's become more mainstream, more acceptable.
It is going to ruin your life because, like, I mean, I don't want some woman who's been ran through. And so you're gonna be dating.
Well, you've never dated as an adult, so yeah, you have no point. You have no place to discuss it. By your own logic, you can't talk about this stuff, but you are.
A guy who doesn't care about that, which is going to be probably not an awesome dude, and they're going to wake up after they hookup culture. They got the herp, they got this, that, and the other thing. Maybe they got a kid, and they're going to look back and be like, yeah, I slept with 100 guys.
Yeah, he'll comment when it's more acceptable to comment. But when it's controversial, he'll say nothing. Right.
But I'm single and alone, and no one is here at my deathbed to help fight the ghosts off.
Oh.
Well, I won't even go so far as the deathbed part, because let's face it.
Eventually, you're going to get someone. Yeah.
Well, that's a journey you're going to take alone, whether there's 15 people holding your feet and your hands and loving and kissing you on the cheek. You're crossing that veil alone, no matter what.
Popular talking point, nothing original about that view, nothing.
What? The thing that's important to know about that, though, is, I've actually done videos on this. If you look into the science of it, the way men bond with women, it's a different brain chemical.
Science.
Actually, whether it's I don't remember all the chemical names.
Do you have any views or opinions that are not scientific in nature? Any opinions that aren't widely supported by statistics and science? No.
But there's oxytocins and men and women are different. Men do not have.
Don't say.
The irony is, men bond with a woman, they're longer there together. So a guy can go out and sleep with randos and never feel a thing. How many, men, if we're walking down the street and you and
I disagree with that. I do. That might be some men, but I can speak from experience. It's not good for you. You can do it, but it definitely does affect you. What the fuck are you talking about, fatso?
There's a couple of single guys, and what's that hot blonde that's in the news right now with the cans, Sweeney, or what's her name?
Sydney Sweeney.
Wasn't this the same guy that just said it's bad for you? Wait. I'm confused here. He's all over the place. Didn't he say that it's bad for you to listen to Fresh and Fit? Yeah, they tell you to sleep with fitty broads. It's bad for you. But now, it doesn't affect you. Dude, you are contradicting yourself left and right, and you're calling yourself reasonable. What the F?
Sydney Sweeney goes walking by, and she walks up and she goes, fellas, me and my sister, let's do this.
We'd be doing the high five. Give it to me. Wait. I gotta go this way. Yeah.
Oh, wait. There you go. Yeah.
I love the gross caricature. They're just playing to a gross caricature bro, dude, Jim bro type of, caricature of a man. That's total BS. Yeah. This is just yet more bashing of men. No, I don't want that broad. That disgusting creature? Pass. I have some standards, but apparently you two think very little of men.
Do this, right? And we're gonna do it, and we're gonna be laughing. And dude, how lucky are we today?
Yeah.
And as far as any
yeah.
residual damage, it's zero.
We're all just hoes and dogs and pigs and animals, us men. Wow, even though women are far more promiscuous than men. But you don't hear them, saying that.
Men are designed like that. But then when
No.
a man finds a long-term
That is a myth. Yet again, another freaking Tom Leykis talking point. Do you have any original thoughts of your own, Fatter?
partner and he starts falling in love and caring for her, the longer he's with her. And again, I'm talking about chemicals, and there's studies for this stuff. This isn't just me pulling crap out my backside. But women are not designed that way. Women are supposed to find that one and bond intensely to him. And usually the first 1 or 2 or 3 they do, if it's in a relationship. But if the more that goes through that, the more things burn.
If it's in a relationship. So he just made a special pleading argument there. And he made a special pleading argument about the men as well. Well, that by the way, that's contradictory on its face. Well, men don't bond with a woman. They sleep with them, but they bond with one woman. But the other women they slept with, there's no bonding going on at all whatsoever. Oh, God. But women, there's always bonding if it's in a relationship, but if it's not, there's no bonding. That's not true. That's incorrect. So you're wrong. You're wrong. Who listens to this guy? He's an idiot.
Burn out and fry out, and there's a point where they can't get that attachment anymore. And once
right.
That's
and
true.
so these are the women that are coming into their 30s looking for.
But that happens whether or not they're in a relationship, which is the special pleading argument he made. Lots of logical fallacies going on here.
Or the provider man. They still want to sleep with the hot guys, but they're looking for the provider man, and they never can love him or attach to him or have that closeness with him. And these are the unhappy, women that are like, my husband was great and he was a great father, but I left him for the guy at the gym, or I left.
By the way, notice how he's leaving outs and excuses for women. Well, if they're in a relationship, but implying that if they're not, it's not going to damage them. So I'm letting all these women who sleep with rando dudes off the hook because they're not taking it seriously enough for it to really affect them in a negative way, i.e., damage their pair bonding. That's not correct. Total 100%. Misinterpretation of the data just to pander to women. Way to go, simper Bachelor.
Them to be the boss babe at
I
work.
deserve better. Yeah.
Right. There's just that connection's gone. And I think feminism ultimately, and I said this on many videos, feminism ultimately is the worst thing for women.
That's true.
And it's the kindest gift for the top 20% of men.
I don't agree with that. Because a lot of those men never end up having a family, or they end up getting with a broad who is essentially nothing more than a gold digger, and she's had that pair bonding mechanism burned out. So now she's totally 100% completely concerned about the materialistic aspects only, values, virtues, doesn't care. All she cares about is whether or not you got money, and then you get with her, and then she divorces your ass after she's had the kids and been with you a certain amount of time. You can get all that juicy alimony for life. So no, it's not good for that top 20% of dudes, 10%, whatever. It's not good for men or women. What are you talking about, Fatter? You're not even describing things accurately. Not only do you not give prescriptions, you don't even give descriptions accurately, you dummy. He's just spewing talking points he heard from somebody else. There's no critical thought going into this whatsoever. I'm proving it right here. I'm countering all his arguments with actual logic and reason. I'm proving he's a fraud. You need to be paying attention.
Who like to just rando sleep with women. It is a gift to them. And the people that are really ultimately suffering will be.
And those are his viewers that give him the most money. That's why he's saying this stuff in the first place. And of course he believes it because he has the original bone in his body.
The vast majority of women and the bottom 70 or 80% of men. The top percent of men will win.
Nope,
and that's
they're
about
losing.
It. That's the only ones that'll come out of this probably unscathed.
Wrong.
Well, I think if
they
you
don't
look
come
at,
out unscathed. They don't.
even birth rates now in this country, that tells you a lot about, this kind of hyper,
Yeah, drink your sugary beverage there, Chunko.
relationship. I want to give everyone a quick station break here. I'll let everyone know that I'm joined by Joker from Better Bachelor.
Fatter
And if you
Bachelor.
haven't yet
Fatter.
followed him,
It's fatter,
depending
not
on where
better.
you are, if you're watching right now on Rumble,
It's worse.
please do give his channel a follow on Rumble.
Not better.
If you're watching on YouTube now or later, or you're watching in a clip later, please do follow him on his YouTube page, and then obviously he's on Twitter as well.
Yeah.
I want to get a couple of these comments if that's okay, and then
Sure.
we're gonna finish with a white pill. All right, we're gonna
course.
finish, guys. I promise.
That's what they're ultimately both trying to shift to, white pills, because people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear, as Jeremy said, hope. They want a hopeful message, even if it's not a realistic one, which is what the red pill is. It's a realist point of view. They want to both shift to the what pill, hopeful messaging that will get them more shekels. Anyway, we're going to take a station break and get to your comments, and then I'm going to hit the head, and then we'll get back to it. I know this is a slog. There's just so much BS as a philosopher I cannot not address. Diogenes says YouTube is hiding comments. It seems to be the case, because there should be a ton of comments here, but I see very few. Greg Harrison, Jeremy has nothing to add but his alcoholism. Is he an alcoholic? Well, he did say he goes out to the bar, and he's a big, chunky guy. Maybe he is an alcoholic. I don't know. Diogenes says, anyone in the chat, can you see why I say things about STDs? Greg Harrison, can you see what I post in the chat about STDs? Is YouTube blocking me? Don't think so. Says Greg. Diogenes, thanks. I was curious about what's going on. Greg says, what's weird is that Jeremy is a gaming channel. So why the need to introduce the red pill? He needs more followers. He's not making it. First of all, he's not a gaming channel. I mean, maybe he was at one time, but he hasn't talked about gaming in years. Unless it's in relation to popular culture and some game that is impacted by such. Yeah. Why is he introduced in the form of BB? He wants to get more viewers, right? He wants to get more subscribers, so, he's cross-platforming and trying to leech some subscribers from Joker. Is Jeremy supposed to gatekeep? That's what these two are trying to do, absolutely, so they can maximize the amount of shekels going into their pockets. Or I just made it look like a fool to discredit the red pill. Both. G-Man, the family court is deadly. Who does Jeremy think he is? Apparently he thinks he's a real man, and anybody that doesn't describe to his point of view is a schlub and a loser. G-Man says marriage is bad, but they get married anyway. Yeah, he's like the Daily Wire, indeed. Diogenes, Jeremy is someone who just est in my coffee. Yeah, he's got a... Okay. G-Man, it's so milk toast it hurts. BB, you think marriage is awesome? What the heck? Yeah, I'm telling you guys, he's a big fraud. G-Man, all they do is shame men. Yeah, but notice there's no shaming of the woman, right? The only time when they do bring up the woman, there's always in the next breath, but what about the men? G-Man, they should read an Andrea Dworkin book. Feminism is just feminism. Yeah, somebody is uninformed in the red pill space when they actually start talking about waves. It's not a real thing. Anybody that does any critical thought knows that. You display your ignorance when you use their terms, when you talk about the waves, and it really is just it's a distraction away from the truth, and it's a way to minimize and try to keep some aspects of feminism valid, like the supposed foundational core tenets. No, those are the problem. Because it's based in a belief that patriarchy is evil. We got to overthrow the patriarchy. And if patriarchy is evil, which means a society, a culture run by men, then men are evil as well, which is the natural extension of that argument. This is why there are no waves or anything. The foundational premises themselves are the problem, not some wave that diverged and it veered away from the original intent. Right, which was to overthrow the male-dominated society and to place women in charge, and it's all about man-hate because it within the foundational premises teaches, says, claims that men are and always have oppressed women, which is evil. So men are evil. No, right, what? That's first wave. Where's this? Oh, it got worse. The fourth wave is the problem, not the first wave. No. Feminism is the problem. No waves. Sorry. G-Man says it's too much waffling. Yeah. Unconventional brick. I stopped watching Better Bachelor as soon as I also saw that he doesn't come with nothing new, only saying the same things other creators said before him. He's boring as F. Yeah. Just descriptives. Oh, by the way, where are the prescriptions? See, okay, you're telling me what's happening. All right, in an articulate manner, yes, but you're just describing to me the landscape. And it's not a good landscape. Could you give me some kind of solution to fixing the landscape so it looks better, so that it is better? Oh, no, I can't do that. No. That would be too difficult. And I'd also have to, say some stuff that was controversial and it would piss off half my audience. Right. Can't have that. Can't take a stance. Can't take a stance by offering some actual prescriptions. No. Just going to stick to milquetoast, center of the road observations. Right? Yeah. All right, I'm going to hit the head and then I'm going to get back to the this horrid exchange between these two. We're about halfway through. Whew, wow. Been at it a while. I'll be right back. I need more caffeine, but I'm out of coffee, so caffeine pills, baby. Oh, yeah. I gotta do it. Probably have a hell of a time getting to sleep tonight, but I ain't gonna make it through the rest of this without some more caffeine. All right. Woo! Let's get back to it, baby. Yeah.
Promise you, I have it planned. We're gonna do good. Deadpool Kid said, IMO, average guys want these things in life: recognition, respect, peace of mind, and lastly, to be loved and desired by the opposite sex. Society and women don't want to acknowledge these simple concepts. I can't disagree with that. I don't know about the order. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Men are pretty simple, I think. I think as long as men feel they're valuable, whether it's valuable to the woman they love, to their family, to society, they need to have purpose. And, the recognition, respect, those kind of things all go with it. I think a lot of young men today are struggling because they don't feel important. They don't feel like they belong to a community. They don't believe, they don't feel that sense of, they feel alone and disconnected. And that's why I think the best thing a guy can do today is pour yourself into, I wouldn't even say education, not through the college system. Pour yourself into learning about something you love and want to be passionate about. And don't be afraid to do something you hate to make money, because we all got to pay the bills, and you might find extra money so that by the time you get a little older, you can chase your passion. And the third thing is,
or you might find a good grift that pays $250,000, even though you might have to lie to get that money.
Those hobbies and friends. You find those three, you're going to make it. You're going to be okay. You'll have to wait on the ladies and all that stuff later.
Why wait on the ladies till later at all? Why have anything to do with them? Have you seen the state of modern women? I don't want anything to do with them. It's too much of a possible landmine. The risks are huge. Now he's contradicting himself again. Wait on that till later, but do indulge in that eventually. Yeah. Uh-huh.
But I think even as far as it comes to the dating portion, you go out there and you lift weights and get in good shape, you're in the top 10 or 20% of men.
Look in the mirror, fatso. Are you kidding me? You can't tell men to get in shape when you are a globulous human being. Get out of here, chunky monkey.
And when it comes to physicality,
you got to practice what you preach, yo. I'm sorry. Because
a lot of us are turning into potatoes like myself.
Yeah.
And then,
so shut up about the fitness.
You get some contacts instead of glasses. You clean up pretty good. You put on decent clothes. you're going to find somebody to go have some fun with.
Not true. That's a lie. Why are you lying to men? Right, the white pill. I won't lie to them. I want to be an optimist, which is a totally, completely, 100% unreasonable way to view the world. It's just basically, I expect the best. I hope for the best. What if the best is unrealistic? Crickets.
Guaranteed. Yeah, guaranteed. I think what I try to tell people too is like, don't be afraid to nerd out. Do you know how much cool shit there is that people don't even know about that you could like pour your life? Like, I know people who are like balls deep into like making their own maple syrup or brewing their own beer.
And those dudes are gonna get real lucky with broads. Only if they create the next big brand name maple syrup, become millionaires. Otherwise, no.
Or making folk art or trap shooting and guess what? All of these
Are these guys living in the same world I am, where big fat 400-pound buffalo women are talking about how they want tens, dudes that make $1 million a year? Are we talking about the same world?
these things come with. They come with a community where you find something you like. Not only will you be able to find other people that you like, and my big thing I tell guys all the time, like the bar is not a community. And you need to get a community of people.
He does seem to spend a lot of time at the bar. Somebody out there said he's an alcoholic. Can anyone confirm that? And why you think that? Has somebody run into him in a bar? Shit-faced? I'm curious why people think he's an alcoholic. He does look quite battered and weathered for his age. Was he 41? But still, I don't know.
People around you that like the same thing you do. So give nerd stuff a try. And like, I bet you could pour yourself into something. Also, if you do stuff that requires more than one person, get into pickleball or whatever people are doing that there's like more than one person there. You can meet other people in a natural way and not relying on hooking up. And you have such a strong basis then. It's like, oh, we already like, oh my God, you're into maple syrup making? Holy shit.
You're still trying to fill a space with things and people that should be filled without these things and people. If you need other people to be happy, you're not happy. You're just distracting yourself from self because you're not happy. And no happiness will be found in others, either people or things. That's not where happiness comes from. Yet another example of how these two are frauds.
Like, you'll have a better shot. A Magna Defender says, better Bachelor, why is 1% of America, mostly soy men, still covering their faces? Are they that out of touch with reality? You think
and they're hiding their identities too.
Giving a damn. Well,
I think the number one, the protesters say it's for, like you see at the colleges, they say it's for that, but it's to hide their identity.
So, yeah, obviously.
The 1% that are out there, I think there's people that are very insecure. There was a study done that found that the more attractive a person is, outside of Hollywood and where they're outside influence, the more attractive a person is for
the more insecure. Another Tom Likas talking point. Not wrong, but not original at all.
Both men and women, the more conservative they were.
Also, the more insecure they are. Why don't you talk about that? In my experience, the most attractive people are the least secure. Very true. And by the way, the more attractive, the more conservative? I don't know about that.
It's been true for a while. Yeah.
I need to see the statistics on that.
Right. So I think many of these people on the left are insecure about their looks.
That's true.
They don't like themselves very much. They actually probably hate themselves in many ways. And covering up their face gives them a sense of security that they're not being judged by their looks. Unfortunately, they're still judged by their brains and their thoughts, which makes them even worse a person.
Just look at the mugshots. These are not attractive people.
No.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with? See, they're shifting. They're shifting the conversation away from, the subjects that red pill men have been discussing to more mainstream, safe, woke. Now we're just going to discuss woke and politics. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's move into that space. It's a bigger space. There's new shekels to shill, yo. A shill for the shekels. More shekels, more shekels, more shekels.
I think it's a security blanket for them, if I'm being honest. I think it's a security blanket for them.
Humble Man says, my dad paid both lawyers, judge, throughout the female social worker report that said my mom was a bad mom. Mom remarried him. when she was losing custody, divorced him 3 months later, no more money to fight. Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Omega says, Jeremy, I told you in private my position. You did. Society likes discipline. The lack of discipline on the side of women is to be rewarded, and the lack of discipline with men only inflates the overall. Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
But
with that
Have you-
wrong. Oh, go ahead.
Let me put a pin real quick. Have you heard any of these male protesters at the colleges speak?
Oh yeah. They're not men.
male
and then
feminists.
they've got the counter protesters. Have you seen that
Alpha
today?
Giga Chads? Yeah.
Right, and they're like, when they come up to the mic and they're like, dude, they sound like Alex Jones, right? They just the deep voice and I think men need gym testosterone, and you get that.
But not you, right? Because you're going to need to take TRT soon, as big and as fat as you're getting, and all the sugar you're ingesting, and the lack of exercise, and you're decreasing muscle mass. You probably need TRT replacement because you're such a blob. And haven't been to the gym in how long? Oh, but you're going to talk to men about gym culture and getting in shape.
In your life, I think it's going to solve a lot of the problems you're having, because these leftoids with their effeminate high voices and their feminine ways, they're miserable.
This is another way you spot a fraud, by the way. They don't practice what they preach. They don't live by the tenets that they tell you that you need to live by. It's like a fat person giving you advice on dieting. Come on. Why should I take you seriously or anything you say? I shouldn't.
For a bowl.
They're
always
sneaky,
fighting and angry and yelling about any cause.
I get up at 5 in the morning every day and exercise. Every day. When was the last time this guy saw a gym? When was the last guy this guy picked up a weight or exercised? But he's preaching to us about exercise. Shut up.
Any cause. And they'll go from cause to cause to cause. These dudes that are counter protesting, afterwards they high five and then they go bang their girlfriends and drink beer. That's what they're doing. While the other ones are crying on the campus.
Fraud.
Well, they're rudderless in life, and that's why they bounce from cause to cause. And there's a literal term called sneaky effer, which is like a lot of these guys who are trying to block bridges and do this. They're just trying to get laid. They can't get laid any other way, so they adopt these causes of these women, then they try to they don't really give a shit. Opinions on Dankula's natalist video yesterday. I didn't see it.
Was that the one where he was cheering about the PM stepping down?
I'm not sure. Wrong Think Geek. Shit's crazy these days. I remember 20 years ago, no issues finding dates despite being poor and 5'4". Now I make 170 grand a year and still look decent for my age. Can't get a second look most of the time. Well, I would move then.
Dude, Thailand, your average height. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Deadpool could.
Horrible advice. Why would I move just to get a woman if I'm making that good of money? Move? Maybe if you want to have a family, okay, but is your career something that is portable? Can you take those skills with you to this other country and make just as much money locally, if not more, based on the standard of living there? I don't know. A lot of other things to consider. Not just all about the woman, even though it is for Jeremy, obviously.
Another thing is guys need to start forming more male groups, not frat parties, but something like a club that does manual labor or start.
You mean like a men's retreat? No. I can't find any land. Oh, I just bought an acre and built a house on it.
Conversation with one another. Yeah, there used to be this thing called the liminal order. Turns out it was a scam, but I still like the idea of, the Moose Lodge or the
retreat.
I don't know if they're different locally, but we have Moose Lodges here, and
or retreat, men's retreat,
stuff like that. Men need to have purpose, and I think that again.
Oh, look at Fatter Bachelor's face, man. He's like, oh, I hope they don't bring up the retreat. He's scared.
All of this stuff that you do to give yourself purpose, whether it's working out, whether it's getting your money right, whether it's learning getting into some, because it's so easy.
Working out doesn't give you life purpose. I mean, that's not much. It's pretty vanity. It's very facile form of purpose. There's better stuff you can do. I mean, it's to improve your life, so you can do other things that might give you life purpose. But if you're finding purpose just from working out, I mean, I don't know. I know that's a controversial take. See, I'll have controversial takes. I'll put myself out there. Fatter will not.
Easy to just sit on your rear end and watch TV and consume life.
That's what Fatter's doing. He admits it.
It's much more difficult to get out there and actually do shit that is interesting and fun. It takes work.
But that's you. That's you. That's both these guys. What?
And there's a lot of friction, resistance against, oh man, I could just watch this new Netflix series and smoke a bowl. Or like,
Not just Netflix.
oh God, it's raining. I don't want to go to this like geocaching meetup, or I don't want to do this or that. But the people that do will be rewarded. I promise you. Not just with women, but you'll meet guys or you meet friends that can fulfill you. You meet other people that you can come over to your house and help you when a tree falls down. Shit.
Dude, this is all theory to you. Certainly the Bachelor. Look at his face. He don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Like that, like
Right.
guys need
When was the last time his white ass was outside?
buddies, you know.
Yep.
The brew that do says it's true. I'm slaying so much puss with some crazy Microsoft Excel passion. Well, not yet, but maybe someday. Yeah,
He's making good money. And it's a good-looking guy if he is.
my Rumble audience is always interesting.
Always a little more rambunctious.
Yeah, damn, I'm late. Here's not a $1 rant. Better read this one with gusto. Tim Quadracci says, honestly, sometimes I think about doing some blue-collar work. I spent bags on university to be a teacher. We get treated like crap from kids, admins, and parents. I make nowhere near six figures. I mean,
Well,
I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but I can tell you most guys that are starting out on road crews are making like $35 an hour. So you can do
I can interject on this.
who the hell wants to do that? I'm sorry, but I live out here in Arizona, though, but I don't want to be on a road crew. By the way, I'm in my 50s. What the hell do I want to be in a road crew for? I'd drop dead from the heat, probably.
I tell you, I'm building a house right now.
No, I'm in good shape, but that would be rough. Oh, he's building a house. Here we go. No, not a mincer tree?
And there's finish carpenters over there. They're the guys that do the fine detail, the clean work, make everything beautiful. Yeah. They've got a stereo pumping over there, listening to whatever music they're. It's, I don't know, 4 or 5 guys working at the same time. I'm 100 yards away, and I can hear them laughing it up and having a good time. And
if I was 100 yards away and I heard people that I was paying $35, $40 an hour laughing their butts off and having a good time, I'd be pissed. I'm not spending $35 an hour for you to stand around and listen to music and have a good time. Get your asses to work.
I can tell you right now, there's no women over there. Not that that's a bad thing, but it means the salty jokes are flying and pranking each other. They're listening to whatever.
Yeah, by the way, guys, if I'm rough on you in the chat, if anybody who's watching, my viewers, it's just, you know, that's how men talk to each other. Don't be so, you know, salty or butthurt because I give you a rough time. That's how we men talk to each other. Anyway, let's continue.
They want to. They're saying whatever they want to. They're having a good time. Finish carpenters, I don't know how much I'm paying them, but it's a lot.
It's a lot.
He doesn't know how much he's paying them. Yeah. Got a lot of money to blow. How much are you donating to this guy? Too much.
I get the bill. So they're doing well. And they're, you know, it's okay to, every once in a while, if things aren't working out the way you want, take the chessboard, take your hand and just wipe off all the pieces and say, fresh game. I'm going to start over. You can teach.
But you can't do that. I mean, life doesn't work that way. You make choices and they have consequences, especially at my age and your age. You can't just start over. I mean, you could try, I guess, but it's real difficult. It may be easy to say when you've got the kind of money that he has, but let's be honest, that's not very realistic. I'm not saying it's impossible to start over at 50 or 60, but you have any idea what that entails? And you're fully cooked. I mean, it's not like your brain is all that plastic or malleable, yo. You're pretty set in your ways. What he's talking about is not realistic for most people. There's a reason why the saying, people don't change, exists. Yeah, there's exceptions to the rule, but they prove the rule. They don't disprove it.
And fall back to that, but try a different path for a little while. Save up some money so you got a cushion. Try a different direction. You'd be surprised because Jeremy was
save up a little money, even though the vast majority of people live paycheck to paycheck, and it costs $20 to buy a Big Mac. Oh, but save up a little money. I think you're showing how out of touch you are, Fatter.
If I remember correctly, a claw machine review dude, right?
I was, yeah.
And how long ago was that?
Long time.
Like 5 or 10 years, maybe.
10.
Not that
Okay.
long. Yeah.
That's a long
And you
time.
started this as a passion, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's different.
I started this to just bitch about stuff, but yet it turned into a job. So
You accidentally landed on some subjects people cared about. You did your research, you looked at the metrics, and you started telling people what they wanted to hear and spewing other people's talking points. Yeah.
I was a network engineer. You were a marketing guy, and we've gone completely. You never know where life can take you.
This is the second time in 2 days I've been able to anecdotally bring up Office Space, and I couldn't be more excited. There's a scene basically on Office Space. Have you seen that movie?
Oh,
No.
many times.
Okay.
I have not.
So, Peter, he works at like Inatrode or whatever. He's got like a soulless computer job.
Yep.
His neighbor is a construction guy. And there's a whole like, does anybody ever say you get a case of the Monday? He's like, man, no, hell no. No one would say that. And then at the end of the movie, Peter's like working road crew and he's like, fucking A. Like he likes it. He's like, oh, this is great. This is totally different than what I was doing, but
Pass.
it's no bullshit. I don't have to deal with TPS reports. I don't have to deal with this. And, I assume, maybe in the movie it's not implied that, but I can tell you right now, if you're on a road crew, you're making more than a data entry person right now. Probably double or triple.
Pass.
Unicycle PN says, never forget that MGTOW also, more importantly, means men guarding their own wallet.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. Cam says, Jeremy, as a child of divorce, I didn't have to get married. I watched it happen in my life and to many other men.
Notice the only way that either of them mention, especially Jeremy, MGTOW, is if they're getting paid to do so.
Yeah, I understand that. Unicycle PN says, he says, no, I meant Joker is number one. This is going back to him saying
Nonsense.
people tune out at the end of your video.
Number one in what?
I meant
Liars?
Joker's number one. I'm not into women
Fraudsters?
stuff. But on finance or politics, I may prefer someone different.
Oh,
no shade
please
on
do.
Joker, long-time viewer. Yeah.
Please do.
That makes more sense.
I'll put my personal story in there, but I can tell you right now, I'm not the go-to guy for really anything.
That's true.
Yeah,
I would agree with
2 days
that.
a week with Sticks. Thank you, Jeremy, for giving me more clank, platforming other great people. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I wanted to get onto this other topic. Deadpool says, another is missing rites of passage for boys. Yeah, maybe. What would you call a rite of passage nowadays, though?
For when I think of a rite of passage for a young guy, I might think of making the football team in high school, getting a girlfriend, taking her to the drive-in and hopping in the back seat with her, and
First beer, maybe? Getting your Eagle Scouts badge? Cub Scouts badge? No. You can't do that anymore. Boy Scouts doesn't exist anymore. Been overrun with pedos and gay men that, diddle the boys. So they're done. Changed the name anyway. They let in girls. It's interesting how the Girl Scouts doesn't let in boys, though. Imagine that. No equality. Doesn't go both ways.
hitting a home run.
Getting that bra, figuring out how to snap a bra.
That's right. Getting your
one.
driver's license at 16, having that first drink with friends at 21.
Yep.
There's a lot of milestones, I think, today that just breeze right by.
That's a good point.
You don't see them. There maybe there's some other ones I'm missing, but that's certainly ones that pop into my top of my head.
Yeah, those are all not important anymore. I remember going out for my 21st birthday. It was a big deal. I remember my 18th birthday, racing the store and buying cigarettes. Like it was, there was a lot of that kind of stuff when I was young. I guess maybe that's not as much now. One of the things I wanted to ask you about was, this wasn't on our list, but you mentioned it a few times.
Well, they have a list.
That's
interesting.
Bring up. I
see this old bullshit. There's nothing organic about this. There was a list. I'll send you a list of questions and subjects I want to discuss, and you get back to me after you double check and A-OK them. Not going to be anything organic about this or spur of the moment. We got a list of subjects. These are the safe subjects to discuss. Yeah.
I hear this terminology a lot about sexless marriages.
Yep.
What can you say about that? Like, I feel like a lot of men might be in that type of scenario.
No.
And Because I keep hearing it mentioned, at least in your space, like in kind of the men's advocacy space.
Well,
He's not a men's advocate. Get out of here.
you even brought up a statistic the other day that shines a light on that. Do you remember when you're talking about only
What's he advocating for? He just describes shit. He just says this is what's happening. He doesn't tell you how to fix it. How the hell is that an advocate?
fools and who's the one spending the money on it?
Husbands.
90% married men. And so
Yeah.
I
I was shocked by that. I
was
really
too.
was.
I did a video on it, and I'm like, here I've been making fun of these single dudes. Like, go out and date. Stop doing this, guys. And I was yelling at the wrong group of dudes.
I know. I had to rechange. I had to like, I was going to make a standalone video about it. I saw you made a video about it too. And I was like, wait a minute. I kept having to read it and reread it. I'm like, 90% of people who are paying money into OF are married. Like, I honestly thought it would be the other way around.
Right. So did I.
Wow.
So did I. And I think when we talk about, the sexless marriages, I think what happens is
You going to bash the women now, Jeremy? Or are you going to point out how that's mostly the women's fault? Right? Are you going to do that? Or are you going to say, ladies, you need to start having sex with your husbands? No. I can't call women out. No.
couple different things. Number one, something's changed to where women, I don't think they respect men. They don't need to respect men. They don't look up to them for security. We got the state, or income. We got the state, or her own job, or the things that made men special are gone, a lot of them. But what makes women special are still there, which is beauty, youth,
The specialness is still there. Nobody acknowledges it or talks about it. That's all.
sexuality, the rest. So women still have their value in a lot of ways, but men are losing theirs because big daddy government's taking over it.
Well,
And then number two, again,
no, the men's value is still there. It's just, co-opted by a government that offers you all of these benefits without any actual responsibilities or having to live up to any kind of obligations or duties.
women are waiting until they finally settle on
But
the
that's actually not good for women. There's much more value in having duty, responsibility, obligations to your mate than none to a nameless, faceless state that doesn't care about you and just sees you as a voting block and a useful idiot shill that can be bought.
provider, not the guy that they fell in love with from high school, like your wife or whatever.
Value judgments are subjective to a large degree. Anyway, though.
They're waiting for the provider, and so they're like, well, he's paying the bills. I don't have to sleep with him. And then when guys want to leave because they say this isn't working for me, you lose half your crap. And so guys are like, well, I'm stuck if I stay. If I cheat on her, I'm screwed. She doesn't want to sleep with me. If I leave and just get divorced, I'm screwed because of the courts.
So don't get married.
I'm stuck. And they get stuck in this position where they still got to pay the bills. They have to still provide what a man needs to provide, but the things that women used to provide, which is the cooking, the cleaning, and the raising the kids, and the maybe putting out once or twice a week, even if it is just the missionary.
The night, yeah, right. Bang it
That's
out.
gone
Yeah.
away. That's gone away, and so now guys are absolutely they're screwed. They're stuck.
I noticed that.
Women have taken on the male role. Even though they claim to, toxic masculinity, men are toxic, masculinity is toxic. They want to actually supplant us.
I was actually, I had, I'm getting to that age now where I'm having guy friends who are getting divorced.
Yep.
And in almost every one of the cases, they said that they hadn't slept with their wife in years.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Years. And I was like, what? And then basically what ends up happening is they're not old enough to not turn that off. So eventually they're like, fine, take half my stuff. I just want to get laid.
Right.
Like,
or they're cheating, or
they're cheating, yeah.
Or they're on OnlyFools.
Yeah.
Or they're 90% on OnlyFools, right?
That's a good point too.
Wow.
Yeah, they're buying that stuff for the parasocial relationship that, there is a more evil, nefarious part of the OnlyFools that I've often railed against. And I've had the number one OnlyFools creator in the world on my channel. Like, I'm friendly with Amaranth. We talk about business stuff. And I dunk on the women, but I don't blame them. I blame the men who are paying for it. And I say, stop paying for it. I have to change, dude, Joker, I have to change everything I've ever thought about or said about people who pay for that website.
Yep.
I was certain it was single guys paying for parasocial relationships, and then whining, it changes everything. Because
Yes.
I've always said, look at these like modern prawn videos, they do real damage to men. Look, you got to get the poison. I've always said, if you got to get the poison out, whatever. But don't be watching that stuff every day, because it creates these crazy expectations, not just for how women look and act, but for how you're going to be able to perform in the bedroom. And I've seen it like legitimately like ruin men. They look at this stuff like, man, I can't like jackhammer for 45 minutes straight. I'm like, all these guys are addicted to Viagra and all this other stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, and there's 20 cuts and all this stuff, and it's not real. People watch this stuff. So I thought,
You think men don't know that prawn isn't real? What are you going to do next? Tell me that violent video games make people violent? Gonna spread some more misinformation there?
all these single guys who are whining about women were paying only fools people, but I was wrong. It's the men who are married, and you're probably right. It's the ones that are in marriages without physical activity.
Right. And they still need to, quote unquote, get the poison out,
Yeah.
But they can't cheat, or else game over for them. They
Most
can't.
of them end up doing it. That's usually what happens. The women wait. In my experience, I'm not going to say, because I'm always very careful about saying women TM.
Women cheat more than men. That's been proven. But keep talking about the men anyway.
In almost every scenario where I had a male friend who had a decent, one of them owned his own business. He was good. I mean, his divorce was very expensive.
Right.
But he was like, bro, I haven't had sex in years and I'm 43.
Right.
Like, I'm not ready to hang it up yet, man. So eventually, I think in some of these cases, the women just wait out the man. They're just waiting him out. They're like, well, I'm going to get mine, and it's going to be his fault when he cheats on me, or, whatever the case is. And it's like, it puts the men in a weird position because, if not to be dark, but this is a real conversation I've had with more than one divorced man. It's not dark, but it's kind of, I don't know, icky to talk about, but it's true if you've ever been through a divorce, and guys like us who've been around a long time probably been there once or twice in our life, but
You
men
haven't.
do not
You haven't. You've only been with this one chick. What are you talking about?
want to beg for it from their wife.
No.
They cannot. It is one of the most soul-crushing, embarrassing
That's sad.
things imaginable. It's like, I don't want to and then when women will say fine,
Hurry up.
yeah, that a man does not want to feel like he's R-wording his wife.
Right.
And in both scenarios of guys I talked to that were in these, that's exactly what was happening. Basically, the guy's like, what the, give me something.
More
Okay, fine.
descriptives.
Well, I don't want that. I don't want
at that point, she may as well be a living doll.
Right.
It's just laying there
Right. There's
nothing crushes a man's soul than more than that.
And in both cases, once that happened, the guys just got divorced.
Yeah.
Because there's
That's
just
what
no, I understand,
by the way, prawn is not the cause of this problem. It is a symptom of this problem. So going after prawn and banning it like the right wing would love to do, they're so loving of freedom of speech and expression, but let's ban it, wouldn't solve anything. It would just take away one of the routes men have to get their release somewhere else because they're not getting it from their marriage.
it's commonly displayed on sitcoms. Like couples will have their romance nights. Oh, it's Thursday night. Blah blah.
Yeah, that's when you actually have, well, when was the last time there was a white couple on a sitcom? Are sitcoms even a thing anymore? I don't think they are.
Blah. There's a reason that married couples can often try to schedule that kind of stuff, because you get worked up in your own, everything that's going on. But if you get to the point where
Schedule it.
your wife is making you beg for it, which is what was happening to not one, but at least two of the guys that were open with me.
That's divorce time. If your wife's making you beg, or if you're required, you have to go to that extent, it's time for divorce. It's worth the money, okay? Trust me.
I was like, dude, what are you doing? Leave, man. Just cut bait. We write the check. But not every guy can do that.
Ironically, you asked me about sexless marriages, but you have plenty of examples in your own life where you go, okay, I get it. Like
Yeah.
it is a thing. So these guys that are, they're firing up either the websites or the
I'm
jump.
going to try to defend men now to try and prop up the idea that I'm actually a man's rights advocate or some nonsense like that.
But on Only Fools, these are guys that are like, you know something? At least I can hear a woman making noise and pretending to be into it if I watch a video where if in my real life she's looking at me like I'm punching a cat. Like I can't. And for a guy, I mean, you're a man, I'm a dude. All the guys in the chat, what is more exciting than hearing a woman really excited you're doing a good job?
Now he's just pandering to the dudes who have been a proven source of cash and payer to other people for things they want to hear. That's all. I won't make excuses. I think that men that do that are pathetic. You're pathetic. Stop paying for Only Freaks content, okay? It's sad. It's pathetic. It's a loser move. Don't do it. Learn to be happy and content in yourself. See, I'm saying it. I'm calling men out on that because that's pathetic. Is he? No.
Like
Literally
all
nothing.
guys are like, that's hot.
Yeah.
To have a woman
Make
be like, I'm
excuses,
almost done
Chunky.
because Friends is coming on in 7 minutes. Just, you might as well take a guy's heart out, wring it out, throw it in the trash.
Yeah, that's the
Because you care.
I remember hearing that story, and I was just like, married couples go through
he's getting hot.
married couples go through dry spells.
Got to get that extra layer off. He's got too much insulation. He's too fat now. He's got to take off the extra clothing. He's overheating.
Married couples will go through dry spells. That's a thing. But when it becomes like a negotiation
Fatso.
to like
Oh, he's got that dude,
you
of
know,
course.
have your
Little guy
maritals,
syndrome. These tattoos look
you're
tough.
not married anymore.
Pathetic.
You're just in
No,
a civil union.
Have you seen the pictures or the videos of women where it's like, well, if you do the dishes, I'll give you a Hummer. And if
Yeah.
you take out the trash without me asking, I'll let you just end it, man. End it.
Yeah.
If that's happening, you got into that marriage as a simp. You were blue pill right from the start, okay? Sorry, but you can't alpha up in a relationship. You just can't do it. If you went through it as a simp, you're going to be a simp forever in her eyes. You try to alpha up, she's gone. That's it. It don't work.
Yeah. I don't want to have to. It is weird. I think maybe as you get older, that becomes more of a thing. Like certainly, without like being too open. Like I am 41. It's not like when I was 20 anymore. Like when it's 5-6 times a week and like. But I don't even want it that much. I'm too old for that.
Right.
But like if it got to the point where I'm like begging or whatever, like, and again, I did, to me it was like when I heard that, I was like, damn, that's years. And then like another guy said that. Oh yeah. But eventually the guys are like, well, this is a mess. We have a kid. I'm stuck.
Right.
In both cases, they had a kid and, they cared about their kid. They weren't deadbeats. But eventually they're like, I'm not putting my balls away yet. Like I'm not
Right.
done. I'm not 60 and saying like, okay, I'm cool with this.
Right.
Like, and it is a weird thing. And then using it as a weapon is obviously a uniquely female tactic that is extraordinarily devious and suboptimal. I'll say.
Yep. And so again, I think that
Again, he's only going to call it the women if it's a well-accepted phenomenon, talking point, well-established. Not going to call them out. Anything else that's more controversial. These guys are both politicians. That's what they are.
it's more things that men look at and just say, marriage isn't for me. And that's really why I think the marriage statistics, that everybody's screaming, oh, the divorce rates are lower than ever. It's because people are getting way more careful about who they marry, number one. And
They're just getting married less. That's all it is. Less people are getting married. That's why they're lower.
number two, a lot less people are marrying.
Well, it's like Biden saying the job market's killing it. It's like, bro, it's because everyone's getting a second job.
Yep.
No, it's all the jobs coming back from COVID, where they shut down at the peak almost 80% of all small businesses. But there were exceptions for Walmart and Home Depot and all the big box stores and all that. Those were allowed to stay open. More space. Less of people being so concentrated in that tiny business. But the real reason we're doing it is just to shut down competition for those big box stores, right? For the big corporations, which, donate heavily to our campaign, so we'll shut down their competition. And in return, they'll, initiate in the future a social credit score system, which they can get away with because all the small businesses are gone, so no competition. So you got no choice but to go to those businesses, but the only way you can go to them is to adhere to what's politically correct. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. Continue.
One last topic I wanted to talk to you about, if that's okay, if you're okay on time for like maybe 20 minutes or something.
I'm good. Yeah,
I want to let everyone know I am joined by Joker from Better Bachelor. Yeah. If you're on Rumble,
he's got to be starving by this point,
make
though.
Sure you follow.
Fat fuck's got to be starving though by now. Like a little peeking. Gotta eat soon. Gotta eat soon.
YouTube now or later. Make sure you subscribe to his channel there, and also he's on X/Twitter.
Wow, just look at that old picture of him in black and white compared to what he looks like now. Horrific.
Make sure you follow him there as well.
Unfollow.
I don't know if you've seen this, Gap. You probably can't read it.
No, I've seen it.
You know what it is.
You can read it to them, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so for people, I figured...
He's only going to comment on scientific studies and polls and things that are very well proven. He's not going to put himself out there on a ledge. The stuff that they, can't be supported by science. Have an opinion. No.
You'd seen it. So for people in the chat, I was going to make a video on this maybe tomorrow or next week or something. But what you see here, what you really need to know is look at the red line and the blue line. The red line is women and the blue line is men. And the upwards inflection is towards liberal and the downward is towards conservative. Yeah. And what you see in every single country, except for the UK, I guess they're uniform, but the gap is still real, is a massive divergence, in particular in the United States and a place like South Korea, where women are massively, as they get older, they're getting more liberal.
Of course.
Cope. Wait, I'm sorry. As time passes, not as they get older. As time passes.
It's cope and the sunken cost fallacy. And women can't admit they're wrong. Ever.
Passes from 2015 to 2020 in just
so they just double and triple and quadruple down as they age because they got to cope. Otherwise, they would be killing themselves even more than they already are. They'd be on even more drugs than they already are, which is quite a bit.
Years, women have completely diverged from conservatism.
Reality,
in the United States, it is since 2010, it is almost a hockey stick of women leaning towards liberal and men.
They're also more unhappy than they've ever been. God forbid you tell them that fact, though, even though it's self-reported by the majority of women. Yeah.
Much more slightly leaning towards conservative. Men generally lean towards conservative anyway. Yeah. By the way, based South Korea, holy crap, the men are like hyper conservative there.
Yep.
This is another whole nother problem that's gonna happen in the next. I mean, right now, like I couldn't date some weirdo. I could date a Democrat. I could. And
dude, you've never dated. You got with one chick in high school, and then you married her, right? Now, was that because you just had low self-esteem and you didn't think you could do better, or because it was your soulmate? I don't know, but you don't know anything about dating, okay? You have no direct experience.
I'd be fine with it. I could even date a liberal, but I can't date whatever the hell this is. Where it's like, where you're like an.
But by the Joker's own words, just work on yourself. The woman will come to you, implying that that's a good thing. Look at that hockey stick. That's not a good thing.
Extreme leftist. I don't have that's a non-starter completely.
Yep. I think what's happening, the men really haven't changed much, except like you say in South Korea. The men haven't changed too much. But what's happened is that women have been told that.
Have you looked at that? By the way, this is just. But have you looked at like those fitness videos from like JFK era? When JFK instituted his new physical fitness program in schools, and these dudes that could do like 15, 20 pull-ups, 50, 75 push-ups. They were doing that freaking climbing thing where they got the pegs and the holes in the wall, and they're climbing those arm by arm like a ladder, peg in a hole, peg in a hole, peg in a hole. And all these white males look so super fit, and they were big into health and fitness. Look at the dudes now. big fat neck beards like these two idiots, most of them out of shape, got man boobs, carrying around at least 50 extra pounds, haven't seen a burger they don't like. Last time they saw a salad, yeah, last time they ate a salad, when was that? What are you talking about? Men haven't changed. What are you talking about?
Deleting babies is healthcare. It is healthcare.
Yeah, right.
And making sure that the LGHD TV community.
He's trying to adhere to the popular right-wing conservative talking points. He's trying to become more mainstream. Aren't you, Fattier Bachelor? Yeah.
That is, making sure that they exist. Well, of course they exist, but and they've come up with all these things that hit women in the feels. And I say this, and I do get some pushback, but I'm not talking about. I'm only talking about emotions, and that women.
He's too milk toast to get all that much pushback, I should add.
Oftentimes are like children. They're very reactionary. They're very angry. They're very passionate. They think with
That's the most controversial thing he's going to say, by the way.
their hearts and not their heads. And if you look at,
that's true.
the only reason I'm bringing up the current protests,
and we all know
is because if you look at these videos, the ones on the left, the loudest, and the ones that are in front and making the signs and doing most of the work are the women, because they're the most passionate about it.
Yeah, that's because they're seeking meaning in their life, because they've been told that to get with a man, to get with a dude is somehow slavery, and they will be oppressed. And the marriage itself is an institution of oppression, so you need to get your own money, get your own career, so you don't have to rely on a man, even though being with a man and having kids with a man and having a family with a man is where you're going to derive most of your fulfillment and purpose. Yeah.
When you look at the other side, and I'm not saying I support, like, I don't care. I'm
Right.
It's not my,
Well, you don't care. What the hell are you talking about it for then? Why did you base your whole channel on it and your entire identity, which you now want to rebrand and move away from, if you don't care?
not my circus, not my monkeys.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
if you look at the other side, the guys that were holding up
Absurd.
the American flag, or the guys that are marching
By
around,
the way, that's the kind of content you want to move toward and comment on, right? Yeah. What do you mean? You're not, that's right in your wheelhouse. It should be. Dynamics between men and women. What the red pill was for. How it originated. No. Not my wheelhouse. What are you talking about?
around pushing back, those are men. So the men are saying, God, country, pride, whatever, normal, stop being weird. And the women are the ones that are leading the charge. And most of the men that are following those women, because they're following them,
They're
if you
weak.
listen to them, are very
Pathetic.
effeminate men.
Of course.
Yeah.
So really, if you're looking at what's going on the college campuses, it's almost like stoic men versus really angry women.
He doesn't know what stoicism is. He just likes to say it because it makes him sound cool in his mind. He thinks apathy is stoicism. He doesn't know what stoicism really is. Anyway, let me see if we got any comments. I mean, probably not. Doesn't seem like people want to say very much, but I'll take a look anyway. We'll see. Nah, not really too many comments. So, Unconventional Brick, what a joke. G-Man says, BB facial expressions are hilarious. He keeps mentioning building a house, no retreat though. Isn't that interesting? Yeah? Restored Data, howdy. Hey, Restored Data, how you doing? So that background of Better Bachelor is just a green screen? Apparently. Everything about this dude is fake. Oh, Restored Data. BB needs to debate some people with different perspectives, spice up his content. He's not going to do that. Like, would he debate me? Never. Not in a million years. Restored Daddy is getting too comfortable. Well, what clued you into that? The fact that he's put on about 80 pounds, or he's just saying the same shit over and over again? Restored Data, or should I say he's becoming more established? Yeah, well, he wants that. Unconventional Brick would like a debate between BB and the realist. Never happen. Dude would never respond to me, never would talk to me in a million years. He's a fake and a fraud and a phony, and I'm not, so it ain't going to happen. Sad that it'll never happen. I guarantee it would never happen. You never know, the debate could happen. Where? When? Oh, I don't think so. Restored Data. Friends with Amaranth. What a joke! Yeah! She's a hoe, isn't she? Isn't she like a mega hoe? Multi-millionaire? Grifter herself? Restored Data. Sip! Unconventional brick, problem solved. Restored data hammerhand would tear BB a new one. If you saw the video, unconventional brick. Is hammerhand still kicking? Haven't watched a video from him in years. I hear a lot of people talking about and saying that he's a grifter and a fake. I don't know. I don't even know who the guy is, honestly. I don't follow people that much in this space anymore. There are a lot of opportunists and grifters in the space now. That's for sure. It's definitely oversaturated with people. He restored data. He's around YouTube. Just watched his content a couple days ago. He had to reactivate his BitChute account because Rumble was starting to screw around. Yeah, I don't post on Rumble. I don't get any views or real followers there. They shadow ban content just like YouTube. Maybe not as much, but actually they do if you are not in the approved category like these guys. Restored data, Hammerhand 9 is his channel. Okay, let's get back to this video. I want to finish this because, God, this is like painful to watch. Honestly, I'm getting.
And the same thing goes for the various marches and the all this stuff. So I think what's ultimately going to happen is that there's going to be a point where the women are going to get their way right up until everything collapses.
And we got to be close to that.
We
have to
I
be. You
wish
don't
we
think so?
were. Brother, I
Oh,
wish
man.
we were. I wish we were closer to the collapse.
Yeah, he's right about that, but he's quoting people like me and others. We're not that close to a collapse. No. Collapse is going to come with hyperinflation. The currency is going to go into the toilet. It's going to hyperinflate. We're nowhere near that yet. We're being subsidized too much by other countries still using our currency. We're able to export too much of that inflation to other countries. I mean, we've got more illegal aliens than ever. I mean, how many have come in under Joe Biden? 10, 12 million? I think the numbers are probably closer to 40 million illegals in the country. Oh, but they're babies, they're kids, they're anchor babies, don't count. Okay, whatever. But more and more people, 5, 6 years ago, the amount of remittances sent to foreign countries from illegal aliens alone in America was like 168 billion. It's got to be up around 250 billion a year now. You have so many schemes going on where the money is being shipped out, so the inflation is being diluted by other countries accepting and using our currency. It's going to take a long time. He's not wrong that we're not near the collapse, unfortunately. Yeah, but he's quoting other people. He didn't come to these conclusions himself.
But it's going to have to get so bad that either the women turn to the men and say, okay, like I'm out of ideas. Like you guys gotta.
It's just describing. He's not saying how it'll actually become bad. How it's going to become really, really bad is when the government runs out of money to buy women off. The payments stop. The money stops. The public services, the social security, the social services, the welfare, the feed the single mommy, WIC, BIC, DIC, I don't know, whatever the programs are called. All these different programs. You got WIC, you got, I don't know what, the food stamps and all this stuff. Payments for single mommies. A lot of these broads are getting $100,000 a year in benefits. It's only gonna stop. Women are only gonna start going to men again when the money dries up. That's only gonna happen when inflation reaches a hyperinflative state where, you got $1 trillion bills. Okay? Like Zimbabwe, all right? Who can't export their inflationary problems, unfortunately, for them.
Step in here, or the women just keep going until we finally bounce into Marxism, socialism. And if you think that's
the
crazy,
point, by the way.
Look at the judge that just let all these UCLA protesters that got arrested. She's like, go ahead.
Oh, look, the currency. You can't trust the currency. We got to centralize it all into a digital currency. See, it's hyperinflating and collapsing. We're going to go digital, and then they'll have total complete control by that point. And yeah, de facto, Marxism and socialism. Yeah. And if you don't go along, well, you can't not go along because they'll just, invalidate all your digital coins. And then you'll have no money. Well, the money you'll have will be useless. So, yeah. That's why they want to get rid of cash, by the way, so they have more control over you.
And by the way, here's breakfast. Gave them a box of food and said, we're just going to give you a little citation. Have a good day. And they went right back. People do not understand how how bad this really can get.
I don't think you understand either, honestly.
Yeah, I think.
That's why he's being so general and vague. He doesn't get it either.
I think. Yeah, it is. Sorry. Yeah, it's definitely bad. I do think that you're going to have. It's going to get bad when men continue to go their own way and women lose out to AI and banana washing machines.
Is that an MGTOW talking point? Jeremy?
Like,
He must be real desperate for the shekels, yo. I guess the coffee company ain't doing as well as he had hoped.
where it has to get to a point where women are like, well, I can't find anybody because
It won't matter. That's not where it's going to get. That's not where women are going to get desperate. As long as the resources are coming from the state, they'll be unhappy and alone, and they'll keep doubling, tripling down. They're not going to change. The resources are going to have to run out. That's their main concern. The resources. They can't find anybody. They already can't find anybody. Are you watching the cope on TikTok with these cat mom imbibers of boxed wine? They got a pantry loaded to the top shelf with boxed wines that'll last them through a nuclear winter. Are you kidding me? These chicks are not going to give up their comfortable lives, regardless of whether or not a man's in it, until the free money runs out, until the privileges and benefits of adhering to the feminist woke ideology run out. They already can't find men, all right? They've priced themselves out of the market in that regard. They've willingly chosen an ideological viewpoint of the world, the way that they live their lives, that excludes the vast majority of men, so much so they can't find a man. They're choosing to be alone just so they can get all the free shit and the benefits. These useful idiot shills that they are, they already can't get men by choice. That's not what's going to change things. So we're already there in a lot of cases.
men are
They will find these leftist guys that are happy to be the provider. Dude, have you seen some of the posts where the
No. A lot of these broads are like, I'm not settling. I die alone. That's great. That's fine. No. A lot of these broads will not get with that dude. Have you been paying attention, fatso? Excuse me, fatter. Have you been paying attention, fatter? Look at it with that big giant pie hole open. Looks like a clown head at the drive-thru. Jesus. Go on a diet, man.
husband is like, oh, my wife's bull is coming over.
Yeah.
And okay, that is the dream for some of these women. I think there's just going to be the strong, independent men are just going to
Nope, because those women divorce the dude eventually. They don't stay with him long term. They think they can do better in their older age, and they still die alone. Because they're at an age now, at a point now where they will not settle. That's why they left the guy, because they felt like they were settling. No, you're mistaken.
Oh, you know what? You break California, you break New York, you break all your, but we're going to congregate in Tennessee and in Texas and in Florida, and you break your crap.
Doesn't matter, because the federal government is going to still continue to subsidize these states, even though they are themselves failed states. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They're going to spread the wealth around.
And then when it all goes south and you try to move in with us, that's when we're going to have a problem. I don't know.
No, it doesn't. That's not how it's working. See, this is how you know he's a fraud, he's a fake, he's a phony, he's just white pilling, optimistically viewing the world, he's just spouting hopeful BS talking points. It's the we're winning lie. No, these people, actually what happens is they move into your state and they change the state through their voting habits. They're too stupid and lacking in self-awareness to realize that it's their very ideological views of the world and their ideology itself, that's the problem. And then they change Texas, and they change Tennessee. That's what actually happens.
How this all gets ironed out. I'm
Wrong.
not that guy. I don't look at this stuff that much. But I can say that the ones that are the happiest and doing really well are the people that are still following the main principles of what this country was founded on.
Which is what?
And the ones that are always angry and always...
He's not going to tell us. See, these guys are so non-specific in the way they speak. That's how you know they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I get specific.
Screaming and always upset. They're the ones that are hockey sticking off to the left. They're unhappy, miserable,
More descriptives. Give me some specifics insofar as your descriptives, and give me some prescriptives as well. I want to hear solutions.
Testing, tear the system down, capitalism bad, everything sucks. They're the unhappy ones. They will go mental or self-delete before they change too much, though.
Yeah, I think that they may have drank just too much of the Kool-Aid at this point.
Didn't you just contradict yourself there? You said that, we do that, we congregate, where, we all share the same values and they'll change things. And then you just said no. Okay.
But I do think there's going to be, I think that there's going to be a golden era of where you're going to have, as a percentage, what we...
It's more this hope and optimism. All optimism is expecting and hoping for the best, not because of evidence to support that hope, desire, optimism, but because you just want the best. It's anti-realism. It's anti-reality.
We don't know here is, as a percentage, political ideology, 18, by the way, it's 18 to 29s.
Yep.
These are kids.
Those are also the prime fertile years for woman. Imagine that.
Where these women, I bet you once they hit 30, they're going to start coming back this way.
Nope.
Well, they have.
They're not.
They have to, right? You
No,
can't
they
just
don't.
keep going forever off into space.
Yes, you can. They're doing it right now. Have you watched TikTok?
Where you're talking about like pedos are normalized. You can't like.
That's what's
you're gonna
happening.
have a really small percentage of people that continue to do this. They're going to start breaking off. Then what's going to happen is
Where?
those women's friends and kids are going to see how unhappy their moms are, and they're going to break off.
No, but this stuff's been happening for generations now, and they're not changing. They're not changing course. Human beings are incentive-based beings. If you're paid to follow this course, you're going to follow it, regardless of whether or not it is good for your well-being. They don't know it's anti-well-being. They just know they're unhappy, and they don't know why. But they're getting paid, so that's okay. You two are idiots.
More.
Well, Chad, I think
Oh, realist, you're black pill. Bull. I am a realist.
Generation Z is more. It's one of the first.
Oh, but things will never change because you're not optimistic. I'm realistic. My way is the only way to actually find, pursue, prescribe things that will change the state of the world. Not this pie-in-the-sky BS where all they do is describe stuff, but they give no prescriptions at all.
Generation that's more conservative than the previous, and there's a lot of videos on
not
Twitter
true.
today
That's a lie.
of like students holding American.
These are lies. Where are these conservative people? Oh, this latest generation is the most conservative in how long? And how long? Not since the 50s. What? By the way, where are you getting this metric from? What are you using as your metric? What questions are you asking these people? Is this self-reporting? And what questions are you asking them? Are you asking the cherry-pick questions, right? It'll give you a predetermined answer that you want to get so you can say, oh, this generation, most conservative ever. I think that that's a BS talking point that's being told to people so they don't do anything. Just like you get idiots like this telling you to sit back and do nothing and things will be okay. These guys are advocates for the status quo by their very prescription. The only prescription they give is to give no prescription. Do nothing.
Flags and going F you and take a shower and screaming at these leftoids. And these are all young men that you can see will not put up with crap. So
Lies.
I think
They're putting up with everything. Where are the policy changes? I don't see them. We got a new Speaker of the House who is this rhino, left-wing, Democrat shill pretending to be on the right. We just got a law passed. What are you two idiots talking about? We just got a law passed that you can't criticize Jewish people. Hate speech laws in America that are now a real thing. What are you talking about? Where are we winning, you idiots? Morons.
the left is, again, going kind of nuts. And the opposition is...
And you know what harm this does? The harm that this does is you're telling everybody things are getting better, and so they don't do anything to change them. Well, I got these guys. They're talking for me. They're spokespeople for me. They're making change. They're telling me things are getting changed. Things are getting better. The most conservative generation in history. I don't need to do nothing. I sit back and do nothing. That's what Better Bachelor told me. I can be apathetic. Apathy is the key.
actually getting, those are the young, strong men that are going to say, I'm not putting up with your BS. And so there's at least a good balance in the next generation.
Nonsense.
I do think I talked about this
This is
yesterday,
gaslighting. Pure gaslighting talk.
and not that we, the hard politics isn't something I really do, but I can
Lies. You
talk
do
about
politics
who's
all the
president
time.
and what becomes popular during their presidency with some level of knowledge. When Trump won in 2016, it became cool to like your country again.
Not
And
true.
what you're seeing now,
Not true. It did not become cool. You had to fear for your life if you wore a shirt where you were essentially supporting Trump. You had to fear for your tires getting slashed if you had a bumper sticker that said, I love Trump or something like that, pro-Trump. These are lies. It did not become cool.
too, is another point where it's like, there's that kid. Unfortunately, some freaking dude next to him is making ape noises at a woman. I'm like,
I know.
I'm like,
It's
dude. It could have been such a great clip, but I was like, well, you did a racism. Like,
Yep.
I can't defend it. Like, it's
Yeah.
bad, But like everybody else in that video is like wearing American flag bibs, singing the national anthem at these like few commie LARPers.
Right. So because on one campus, at one point in time, a very rare instance where some right-wing dudes push back, you think that's a accurate representation of the whole country. Can anyone say compositional fallacy?
And I'm like, this is what I want to see. Now just please go vote in November.
Right,
Please remember to vote.
By the way, isn't it interesting how Biden is doing no campaigning? He's hiding out in his basement. It's almost as if he has no concerns about winning. Like, the game is somehow rigged, maybe, where he knows he's going to win regardless. So interesting. Yeah.
I do think that there is some pushback because these women
Yeah.
are going to be lonely.
So what?
I know that
They don't
there's
care. They're already lonely.
a seemingly
They'll get more cats. They'll get more dogs. They'll get more wine to cope.
endless supply of soy infused beta males.
We already know that they don't stay with those dudes. We look at the divorce rates. They leave them, okay?
But there actually isn't. There are far, like you said, at these rallies, it's probably 80-20 female to men.
right.
And that means that even if they all matched up, that, the overwhelming majority of those women are going to be single and that they're going to ruin their bodies during this next few years. Then they're going to be 28, 29. All their friends are going to get married. All their friends
And divorced.
are going to get married.
And
they're going
divorced.
to be sitting there wondering where it all went wrong. And
I hope you're right, but if you look at these women, they do not want families.
Yeah.
They're
they say
baby-
that now.
Yeah, they do.
Dude, we have plenty of evidence. We've got the 50-year-old bros, the 60-year-old bros, the 70-year-old bros on TikTok talking about still riding the CC with a glass of wine in their hand as they a glass of wine in one hand and eyeliner in the other as they spoon the makeup on their face with a butter knife. Okay, so don't tell me that they're going to learn their lesson as they get older. No.
Say that now, but a lot of them have their careers. They ride the careers, and a lot of them are freezing eggs and all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
I
False
think
hope.
they'll be. I think
That's that's false hope. That IVF stuff rarely works.
what they want is, I want to be strong, empowered female.
Yeah.
I want to have the beta provider at home, and I want to go
Who
sleep.
they will divorce eventually, especially if they're a college graduate. 90% of the time, if these chicks are college graduates, they divorce the dude.
Sleep with the hot guys when I want to, and they will be able to accomplish all of that without any change. They can still be the boss bee at work. They'll have the provider guy that lets them have their bull on the weekends, and they will find a conservative, good-looking guy that'll tell her to shut up and lay down and do this and do that.
And
And
the
then
railer twice a month. Yeah,
that's right. He'll pop his baby juice, and then he's hitting the bricks. And
Yeah.
and
And the beta dude is paying, alimony and child support when she divorces him.
and again, he's winning. They're losing, but they think they're
Everyone's losing. The Chad dude is not winning. He's not winning. Stop saying that.
winning
a
because
lie.
they get. I'm
you're
telling you,
probably
man.
right. You're probably right, but I refuse to accept our fate.
Yeah.
Here's one thing that I thought
Optimist.
was interesting, and then
Not realist.
for everyone who's in chat, I see all of your messages that you sent. I'll try to look if there's anything specifically for Joker, and then I will read them all, but I won't make him sit here.
No, I'll hang, dude.
You're okay? Okay.
I'm here with you.
Oh, geez.
Okay,
I might not be. This is getting
Here's
long.
a fun thing that I learned in working in the private sector. People think like a lot of YouTubers, they never worked in the private sector. I did. I worked at, I sold cars. I worked at an internet marketing
So what? You're like everybody else then. Whoop-de-freaking-do.
agency. I worked for Dish Network. I worked for, I worked a corporate job until I was 35 or something like that. One of the things that shocked me the most, and I know this is just being naive, but women be cheating in the workplace.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
That's an argument against them being in the workplace. By the way.
Like, it's not just men.
The expression of a work husband.
Not just men. It's the majority of women. Women are the ones with the options. Women are the... Yeah, by the way, if you notice in the media, they don't call men dogs and pigs as much as they used to because the women are the ones that are actually doing the vast majority of sleeping around. They're the pigs, they're the dogs, they're the hoes now. So it's kind of disingenuous, to be calling men what you actually are. You can't be shaming the men for what you yourself are actually doing. Yeah. Just thought I'd point that out.
Is a real thing.
Yeah.
The work husband is a real thing. And
they still will do that anyway in a lot of cases. But notice how that's dried up a lot. The dog, men are the dogs. Yeah.
It's a lot more than I think people realize.
Here's a funny anecdote about work husband that I didn't even... So I was working at this... my last corporate job. And there was about, let's say, 100 employees, just for easy math.
By the way, I love how this guy is trying to present himself as like this red-pilled everyman dude now. Nice attempt to rebrand, Jeremy.
It wasn't 1,000. It was somewhere around high 90s or something. It was literally 95 women and 5 men. And the amount of like estrogen in that place was wild. I had worked there for maybe a year or two.
Sounds like hell.
I ran their marketing department. And there was this girl that also worked in marketing that always insisted on like going to lunch with me. I was like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm married. I never hid that fact. She was married. I was married. I find out, like, I was like, wow, none of these other girls are asking, like...
She's probably in an open marriage or something, yo.
Whatever, they never want to go to lunch with me, or they're never, whatever. Well, I had eventually gone to lunch with a couple of them after like 6 months, and they're like, I said, well, you guys never want to go to lunch? It's like, well, didn't you know? Like, so-and-so, I don't want to say her name, like, she calls you, she gets mad. She gets mad if we go with you. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm not married to this chick. Like,
you naive child.
I know. I was like, what are you talking about? First of all, I'm not, she's not attractive. But second of all, like,
she's pumping you for info. You're mentoring her in her mind. She's probably peppering you with questions the whole time so she can learn as much as she possibly can from you and then put that to good use in making money for herself. She's probably also hoping to cultivate a relationship that might lead to something physical that then she can leverage into more advantages at work. Because that's what women do.
Like, what the fuck? I've been working here for years and all of you guys were like, don't want to go out to lunch with me because this other chick will get mad? Like,
right. Like, who's she?
Yeah, right. She wasn't even like a superior. She's just somebody that they didn't want to make mad or something. Yeah, so then once I found that, of course, I made it very uncomfortable for, I was like, oh, no. Oh, hey, girls, let's go to lunch. Like, I'm not, I didn't have any. There was one guy that worked in my department. Like, there was no, and we were like 2 of the 5 guys.
By the way, what's up at that? 95% of the people were women working there? What happened to equality? Why isn't this company pushing for equality? Why aren't there 50-50, huh? Interesting.
In the same department. But yeah,
those other three guys must have felt like a bull in a pasture of cows, man.
Yeah, well, both of these other guys that I knew that were in my department were both married.
I love the way he has this, that'd be so great. He sounds like a simp. Those guys must have been like a bull in a pasture full of female cows. Ooh, that'd be so great, wonderful. You sound like a simp. That sounds like a nightmare to me 5 dudes and 95 broads I'm working with? Holy crap, that is hell. You simp, you better bachelor. Worse bachelor is what he ought to call himself.
To pretty good looking girls. But there was another guy that worked there. It was a pretty good looking guy, a single guy. I'm sure he did the rounds.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure. But I would see these women, like when we would travel for work, I would see shit like, I'm like, oh man, chicks do this.
Oh,
like,
yes, they
chicks,
do.
I thought it was just guys that did that. Oh no. No, these girl bosses, like these management group, they're definitely banging their staff and they're banging other people that work there. It's not a unique to men thing.
Not at all. And matter of fact, I bet women do it more because even if they get caught
They can.
and the husband finds out, and then the husband's like, well, I want
He
to
has to
divorce.
pay the price.
That's right. He still has to pay the price. She doesn't. So she still gets the cash and prizes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that
Old talking
it was wild to me. Yeah, poor innocent Jeremy. Yeah, that's adorable. Yeah, I didn't know. Like, there are some things that, when you're married and have been with the same girl since high school, like, I have never even like considered like women like that way. Like,
Right.
of course, I'd be like, oh, dang, that chick's hot, or like, yeah, if I was
But you know,
single,
like, how
definitely-
am I going to get her to lunch?
yeah,
and-
I was just never. Yeah, I was never. I never.
But now he wants to comment on this stuff and be a voice in this space, even though he has no real world practical experience beyond his wife.
Even thought of women like that. I'd already been married
I
for
know.
15
We know.
years by that point. I was like, dude, I don't even see women anymore.
Right.
Like, I don't even sweet summer child.
We know he doesn't see them. He certainly doesn't see them realistically or for what they actually are in the modern day in the West.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. Oh yeah, shout out to the King of Biltong who's here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mrs. Biltong gave birth to our 4th baby last night. Damn, congrats.
Biltong.
I missed Sticks, was briefly on Viva, but made quartering. Yeah, that's right. I don't care if you had a baby yesterday. Give me your $30. Thanks, everyone.
Congrats on the raw dogging.
Yeah, way to fire a live one in there, buddy.
I love how fatter bachelor's trying to sound like a real man, real everyman. Look, congratulations on the raw dog, and I'm just like you. I use crass language.
I enjoy his product, Biltong. It's like a fancy jerky. It's like better than regular jerky. You should send Joker some jerky.
Well, he definitely will eat it.
Biltong, he'll like it. Lol Nautica says miss most of the show, but I'm glad to see Joker on the shop.
He's like Mikey. He'll eat anything.
Shower, I assume you mean. I'm looking forward to catch up with the VOD. I wonder if you could get Aaron Clary on. I don't know who that is.
That's the author I was talking about earlier that wrote the statistics on the Book of Numbers.
Okay, well, I'm sure maybe Joker can make that connection. The brew that juices back to $1 rants because
I'm thinking, I don't know that collab is going to happen. Aaron Clary is actually pretty based. He actually has original thoughts, and he's got his own opinions, and his views make Joker's look mild. I mean, Joker is just milk toast, fence sitter. I'm going to say what's accepted and proven scientifically, and I have no real opinions of my own beyond what scientific data says, and that's it. I have no opinions beyond that. Not Aaron Clary. No. He's he's got more views, and he comes up with a lot of these stats and data. So I don't think that collab's going to happen. But anyway, we'll see. Yeah, too controversial a figure. I don't think that's going to happen.
you feel the need to preface your Rumble crew to guests like you were like they were the fatty you banged at the bar and send them back here. No. He's on Rumble too. He knows.
Yep.
Bro and Christ says Andrew Tart is a homo. Google 140 says got a big win in Georgia courts this year. Primary custody of my 10-year-old son. And
your wife must have been some kind of crack hoe that tried to kill herself half a dozen times, put her kid in danger multiple times, provably so, killed somebody, attempted to kill somebody. She must have been a real screw up.
Found a real one 3 years ago that I now have 2 more boys with. Shout out.
Nice.
Yeah.
A real one, as far as you know. It's been 3 years. Give it time, my friend.
I assume there must have been some extreme circumstances that you got full custody.
Yeah.
Because that almost never
think?
happens.
Yeah.
Jeremy should have Terrence Poop on your show.
Oh,
Terrence Pop.
There's another fake, fraud, phony.
Okay.
He meant P-O-P-P, not P-O-O-P. Terrence Popp. He's a former military. He does a lot of the similar content.
Okay.
And all these guys have
He's a fraud, too. Give me a break. He's a grifter.
a pretty, like they all have a pretty similar, take on the stuff, but they all kind of attack things from a different angle, I guess
One that you want to distance yourself from, Mr. Fatter.
you could say.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, right now, if you're out there, I'm joined by Joker from Better Bachelor.
By the way, he's not going to have the Pop dude on. He's too small. Pop is too small. Guy's got too small a channel. He doesn't have enough followers, not enough clout, and too controversial. No, not going to happen. Of course, he's a fraud, just like, Fatter here.
If you're a Rumble viewer, please make sure you follow at Better Bachelor there. His link is in the description. And also, if you're on YouTube, make sure you follow his YouTube channel. And
He's given Fatter an awful lot of shout-outs. Do you think this was something they agreed upon beforehand? Like, Fatter was like, okay, I need this many shout-outs. I need at least half a dozen shout-outs at various points in the show. Can you do that for me, equally fat Jeremy?
on Twitter. The only payment I can offer people for sharing their wonderful time with me is for you to go watch their content. So please give him a shot. And I think you're going to enjoy, based on our conversation thus far, I think you're really going to enjoy his content. Yeah. Single for Life says 2 out of 3 favorite creators. Hey, that's all right. I'll take that. MR Alien says, love Rumble, the Canadian free speech platform. Now give 50% of this chat rant to the Joker. 50-50. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Wait, man. We just got divorced, so I guess. I'm late. Okay, so I think I got everyone there. Oh, yeah. Tim. Yeah. I wonder, Tim, I don't want to out you, Tim, but are you the Tim from Milwaukee? I wonder if you're that guy. Because I knew a guy. I mean, that's a very, Quadracci is not a last name that you hear all the time.
Not very often.
And I was wondering, because I spoke at a conference in Milwaukee. And I think I had dinner at his house, but I don't think he was a teacher. Anyway, because it was like a huge ass house on the lake. Ray Arthur, the married men being the ones mostly on OnlyFans is nothing different. Guys paid for dancers and call girls as therapists before the internet. We just went full circle. Yeah, but 90%? Dude, marriage is doomed.
It's not in a good place right now, I'll tell you that much. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't.
More pointing out the obvious.
The reason why they nicknamed it the Red Pill is because it's like Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, but you don't follow it anymore, right? You're not connected with the Red Pill anymore. You do not associate with it. You do not qualify yourself as Red Pill. It's too toxic. There's too many toxic people in the space. So instead of clearing out the space and getting rid of the frauds, the phonies, and calling them out, which would reduce the number of people donating to me, I can't do that. Can't be genuine. Can't have integrity and risk losing some money. I'm just going to rebrand. Yeah. Sure. Right. That's what the shekels are, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you take it and all of a sudden you go, oh my gosh, this is what things are really like. And I think that's what happens. Like I wasn't in this space 5 or 6 years ago, but you go through a bad divorce. You date a woman that not only has a skeleton in the closet, but you find out she's got a whole graveyard. Like things happen and you're like, oh my God.
You're not in that space anymore now. You said so at the start of the show. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. I don't want to identify with this space, and I don't want to be a part of this space in any way, shape, or form in terms of how people view me and how I view myself, how I present myself, how I market myself, how I brand myself, but I also want to benefit from the people in that space, even though I want to distance myself from them because, they're too extreme. Fucking guy. What a fraud.
What is going on? And you start doing the search, like women cheat, women this, women, child support, and all roads kind of lead to, it's an expression actually, all roads lead to MGTOW. All roads lead to guys going their own ways.
Which you don't adhere to and you don't identify with personally or in any way anymore, right? As you said.
All loads.
Well,
also work.
And we joke around because this type of community, we don't go out and promote. Like I don't go out and go, guys,
not in that
join
community.
The men's group. We just hold the door open, and guys keep showing up, going, man, I did not know what just happened to me.
You made it very clear you want to distance yourself from that community, and you don't want to be seen in that community anymore, and you're not a part of it officially. Jeez.
And it's unfortunate, but as it becomes more popular to hate on men, and they're toxic, and all the things.
You see, you don't get to identify with and say, in this space, when you have publicly declared you don't want to be in that space anymore. You don't get to have it both ways, fatter.
Some women are starting to buy into it, and they're saying, hey, I'm 32 and the guy down at the gym still wants to sleep with me, and he's hot, and my husband's boring, and yeah, he's a good provider, and they throw their life away. And then after the gym guy gets done with them, they go, well, no one wants to date me, and my husband's got a new girlfriend because he's a good guy, and he's dating someone 7 years younger and 40 pounds lighter than me.
So they double down, triple down, quadruple down, get a bunch of cats, dogs, and box wine, and then bitch and moan on TikTok.
Oh, I've thrown my life away. Women, a lot of women don't come to that realization until it's too late.
I know so many. I want to read. Well, I asking about women that have come to that realization.
And of course, by that point, they have no choice. So they have to adhere to the sunken cost fallacy. They have no options, right? Yeah.
Great story about that. Leon says, you're right. Some of us are focusing our entire meat, which is money, energy, attention, and time, on our passions to become one of the best in the field. I've been pouring myself into developing virtual/mixed reality tools to improve daily life.
So you can give people more tools to escape from actual reality. Not a good thing.
Trying to learn as much as I can about these AI tools that will replace most of the grunt worker.
I think this is what Fatter Bachelor preaches, proselytizes, right? Escape reality, escape the world. Don't objectively try to change it. Become apathetic and invest in you. So, radical individualism. Look that up. Sounds a lot like a radical individualistic way of approaching life. Not a good thing.
Partner or not, family or not, this is one way to build and contribute to humanity's legacy. Yeah, I think that's a very healthy attitude.
Working on AI that is probably going to wipe us out at some point in the future, or try to. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing.
And DeYoung says, perception is 9/10 of reality.
Wrong. Perception is not reality. Perception is an input tool. It's not an output tool. Derp.
If you think there aren't any good women out there, you won't see any. Yeah.
Wrong. I didn't say there aren't any. There have to be. But there are exceptions, and there's so few of them, far fewer than Fatter and the quartering especially would have you believe that it's not worth the roll of the dice. It's like rolling 1,000-sided die and hoping you're going to land on the one. Pass.
I mean, that's true. Somewhere between what Joker's brutal truth bombs in reality are and my happy dreamer is probably like
happy
the reality.
Dreamer, idiot.
There are good women out there. You agree, right?
Yeah,
so what? How are you going to find them? How are you going to differentiate them when they're all such good actors, actresses, right? You hear all these stories about people, I thought she was a good woman, and then she took my kids 8 years in. I thought everything was great, and then she left me. Yeah.
I have a great expression for it. It's like finding a needle in a needle stack. Yeah. Meaning, they are out there. If you're in a haystack, you roll around enough, you can find that needle. But if you're a needle in a needle stack, it's going to hurt while you're looking. Yeah. It's going to hurt. So you're going to run.
Not to mention they're all needles. How do you identify the needle that is differentiated from all the other needles if they all look the same? Yeah, the term chameleon exists for a reason.
Into a lot of crazy ones, bad ones, other things. And
he didn't even get the metaphor right.
Men, I think, now have to be more careful because there's women that if they regret something, well, you're in trouble.
Me too.
If things don't work out well, you're going to be on the losing end of this. There are lots of great women out there.
Oh, I can record myself. Well, then she'll prosecute you for that. You recorded me. It's illegal in this state. Yeah, but I got the feeling that you might throw a false accusation my way, so I wanted to have everything on tape and recorded. To jail with you! How dare you record me to prove that my accusation against you are false? Accusations I won't go to jail for because I'm a woman, but you're going to go to jail for recording me to prove that my allegations were false.
Out there, but I think you're going to have to find either more conservative women, smaller town women, women that haven't necessarily gone through some of the
Foreign women.
craziness and the
These women are getting wise to the grift, man. They're getting wise to how they grift better, okay? These women are entering the church. They're entering the spaces where they know that the men go, looking and expected to find more conservative women. So they're populating those spaces, and they're changing those spaces just same way that lefties from California moved to Texas. And Texas doesn't change those lefties into Texans. They change Texas into California, okay? So, no. This good woman grift, BS, optimistic, hopeful nonsense, it doesn't work. Doesn't.
school systems.
It's not an accurate view of reality.
And I never want people to feel like, oh,
Wishful thinking.
we're against women. It's just, you're to the point now
There's
where
no we. You are not in this space anymore. You proclaimed it at the start of the show. Fatter.
it's going to take you some time to find one, and the energy you put into it may be sunk cost fallacy. Where
So he says he's not in that space anymore because he wants to appear more rational and reasonable to the fence sitters and the conservative individuals who still have a negative view of the red pill and the MGTOW community and still think these guys are losers and incels and all that. So he wants to have his cake and eat it too. I want to appeal to these people and I want to tell them I'm not in this space. But at the same time, in my speech, I'm going to claim to be in this space and a part of it, even though I've just declared that I'm really not someone who identifies with this space or isn't in this space anymore because it's got too many bad actors in it and I don't want to be associated with these people. So he wants to have it both ways. But he's genuine.
if instead of that, you say, I'm going to hit the gym and I'm going to look good and I'm going to feel good and I'm going to be healthy and I'm going to have a big group of friends and I'm going to be successful at work and I'm
Are you looking in the mirror? Chunky. Fatter.
going to develop everything else in my life, you're not really going to have to look for women because you're going to be standing ordering a coffee and the girl next to you is going to say, so what kind of coffee you got there? It's
Yet the further implication that the whole point, what he's saying here indirectly is woman, goal, life purpose, extra steps involved. He's still saying that women should be your main goal and focus. You do this and that and the other, and you'll get them. What if I don't want them? Based on his own analogy, finding a needle in a needle stack, which is an analogy he got wrong, by the way. That's not what it means, dumbass. I explained what it actually means. You can't identify the good ones, so you gotta go your own way. Gotta. But he is actually touting, proclaiming a tradcon approach, but you simpletons out there don't realize it. It's just with some extra steps. And trying to, camouflage it as some kind of MG2W red pill message. It ain't.
going to happen for you.
It's going to happen for you.
Like women,
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So that's really what you're pushing. Women, the end goal, not improvement of self and your own well-being. Got it. You're a fraud.
Women can smell that shit. Like that
They
you're
do.
in a good place, that you're confident. He's 100% agree with what he's saying. I just want to put a stamp on that. Like
don't chase women, chase life, and women will chase you.
Oh,
Yeah. I love
So in chasing life, you have women chase you, and that's the goal. Yeah. Otherwise, why would you be bringing it up as the end result? That's literally what the goal is. It's the destination end result.
because it's true. And by the way, I assume
I don't chase life so that women will chase me. I don't want them. I look around at the terrible quality of these women. I would rather be alone. It's that simple.
men like this, and I do too. Like, I really do know men that I truly do believe are happy and they're single. They don't hate women. They're just
But they're a minority is the implication. I do know implication some small group. Yeah, right. Couldn't be most of them. Right, yeah. And you shouldn't aspire to that, given the state of affairs. No. These guys are red pill. Come on. Why aren't you pushing back? Why aren't you pushing back, Fatter? Fatter Bachelor, why aren't you pushing back against this? This is clearly wrong. He's clearly 100% off base. You gonna push back? No. He's buttering my bread at the moment. He's buttering my bread. When I have equal the amount of followers that he has and I don't need him anymore, then I will, lash out and bite his hand. But until then, nah.
just, you know, a
Look at him
friend of
shaking
mine
his
is
head.
like, oh, I'm getting into powered
Simp.
paragliding, and
Quartering simp.
I'm going to do this and that and this and that. And that's what I do with my free time. And I don't chase vagina. Like at some point, he's going to meet some girl who's into one of these hobbies that he's into.
Yeah,
and
not
you know
some
what?
more.
Even if he doesn't, he seems pretty damn happy, like the way he is. And I feel like, you know, if the women can have there's no shame in body count, then I can tell men that there's no shame in being your own man and stand.
But you don't do that, and you've never done that. You're only doing that now because you want to tap into Fatter Bachelor's audience.
Just have guy friends. Don't isolate yourself.
Right. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
If you can,
God forbid
like,
you be
I
alone
live
and
here
happy.
alone. I backpacked around the world for about 15 months.
But that's just me. I'm exceptional is the implication. You see, you couldn't be alone and happy too.
I hit 36 countries. I was hitchhiking. I was, and I did that for about 15 months, and I hit 36 countries. There was not a day I was lonely because I didn't know where I was going to sleep. I didn't know where I was going to eat. I didn't know what was going to happen, and everything was new and exciting.
But don't you do that, man. You chase life so that women will chase you.
That's when you have things that occupy your mind and your life.
Distractions, materialism. He's pushing for materialism. That's all he's pushing for. Materialism, distractions.
And there's not enough time to do all the things you want. You won't even think about women. You're trying to think about cramming everything into your day.
But you got to distract yourself if you don't want to think about women. You couldn't possibly not recognize that they're of low quality and just not be interested. Gotta have them distractions, you know?
But if you're playing video games and I have nothing
Well,
against
that's inferior. I traveled around and spent bunches of money to be in different countries and bang a variety of different local broads. That's superior to the video game, even though they're both distractions and a form of materialism, but one is somehow better than the other.
video game. I'm a huge video game player. But if you're
We can
playing
tell.
video games and you're not hitting the gym and getting your testosterone ready,
What are you talking about? You haven't been to a gym in years, fatter. You're about I would say, looking at him, he's about 80 pounds overweight. What are you talking about?
you're not eating healthy, you're not making outside connections with the real world, you're not having a beer with the guys or shooting darts once a week to stay grounded and feel like you're meaningful to
Doctor, heal thyself.
other people. That's where people like, what am I doing here? Like, why don't I just check out? No one really cares.
Yeah.
If you're heading down
That's
that
why.
path,
And that's why. It's not because guys lose their kids and don't get to see their kids and they're living in a shoebox. So the implication being you got to have women somewhere in your life to be happy or distract yourself with materialism. I kind of think you're off. Big time. And by the way, your argument is exactly the same one that the guys over there at Fresh and Fit advocate for. Well, they're bad and extreme and make red pill dudes look bad.
it takes work. You can't just say, well, I'm going to sit here until life falls through my roof.
But that's what you're
It doesn't
doing.
happen like that. But you can carve out such an amazing, exciting, beautiful.
Dude, the only thing you're carving is a turkey. A whole turkey for your dinner, which you eat entirely alone.
life and wonderful friends to the point where women become it's like a little gnat. It's like, it's over here.
Then why do I want them to chase me? That implies that I want to catch them if they chase me. Dude is contradicting himself yet again.
It's over here.
Yeah.
You're going to have such.
But he's being vague and general enough in his speech, non-specific enough that if you called him on that in that way, oh, that's not what I meant. I meant this, and that's not what I meant. I didn't mean that at all. I meant something else entirely.
a filled life that you don't care.
Yet another reason why these guys are not highly specific, so you can't call them on their BS.
Like it's going to be all
Right.
great.
Yeah, I agree. I will say that I have met men like this. They exist. They have a bunch of hobbies that they like to do, and
Just not in the majority.
I don't know. Maybe they are getting laid on the weekends. I don't think they care.
You're saying that like that's somehow a higher aspiration. It ain't.
Philip Allen says a
Sim.
problem I'm seeing in the trades, like as mine is HVAC, has a dip in young people not wanting to do the work. On top of that, the experienced older generation is retiring. Yeah,
That's not actually true at all. HVAC is just it's saturated with people to such an extent working in that field that it drives down the wage, okay? And because the wage, especially for entry, is so freaking low. I live here in Arizona. It's hot as F. The field here, and this is probably where HVAC is biggest in the country. That might be the case, but here the field is so saturated. It's like $18 an hour. Some of these places, 15, $18 an hour to start to do HVAC work. Get the out of here. I'm going to crawl around in some 130-degree crawl space for $15 an hour. I'll go work at McDonald's and make more. That's absurd.
That's why it's such a lucrative field to get into.
It's not
like
really.
Keep telling people.
It depends on what market you're in. It's certainly not lucrative in some of the hotter areas, okay? And it's not really that lucrative, period. Again, these guys don't know what they're talking about. They're totally completely out of touch.
Like, dude, no disrespect, but as long as you're able-bodied, you can learn HVAC. You can learn plumbing. You could get your journeyman, your master plumber.
Not necessarily. There's a lot of morons out here. You'd be surprised.
And you're making $90 an hour, $100.
That's it. That's a total complete lie. There ain't nobody paying $90 an hour. Again, a lot of these companies are starting out 15, $18 an hour, and they get away with that because the field is saturated. Wrong again. Quartering.
$10 an hour. Plus, you also learn entrepreneurial skills. It doesn't even have to be about the trade.
You really
itself.
don't.
You could also.
You learn entrepreneurial skills working for somebody else? Really? You learn entrepreneurial skills being an entrepreneur.
Get fulfillment from running your own business.
It's
all these.
You can't do that. You can't. You can't just start out in the trades, especially now. Advertising is very difficult. You got to buy leads. It's super expensive. You're going to pay $500 to get a $2,000 lead from Angie's List or something like that. And even if the lead doesn't pan out, you're paying $500. These leads, they're the only way to get business. You can't put out an advertisement in the yellow pages anymore. You got to go through these lead companies. You got to start a website, and you got to compete with all these other people. You got to pay thousands of dollars in advertising, and even then, appearing on the first page of Google, not going to happen. You got to compete against all these bigger companies that have tens of thousands of dollars, not a month, but per week, to pay for ad space on Google Ads. You are not going to compete. You are not going to enter into this field, especially right out of school. Not going to happen. You don't know what you're talking about.
These electricians, man, where I live, there's no like Walmart of electricians. Every one of the people have they're called like Joe Schmo's Electric or Billy Tom's Electric. They're all dudes that started as some regular electrician and now they run.
You live in the middle of Podunk, nowhere, Wisconsin, my friend. That's why. Try getting up and running a business like that in a big city. Good luck.
A crew of 10 guys, and they're probably making, I don't know, $250,000 a year net, and they're crushing it.
Nope.
Dude, my house that I'm building right over here, you take somebody going to, even if it's a state college, right? That's not these crazy like $80,000 a semester, whatever.
These guys don't have a clue what working in the trades are like. I worked in the trades when I was young. They don't have a clue. No idea. These are not everyday, every man's dudes. They're so out of touch.
Let's say it costs you, I don't know, 10 grand a semester, 3 semesters per year, whatever.
That's not to say you can't make decent money in the trades, depending, but some trades are significantly more saturated with workers than others.
I'm not a college guy. I've never finished college. Ironically, I never finished college. I also was a network engineer the last decade of my life, making 125 grand a year. Yeah. The college didn't get me there, but learning Linux and doing, other things with my life did. And you look at the guys that start out, whether it's welding or plumbing or HVAC or carpentry or finish work or whatever.
Now, welding's not bad. There's a lot of demand for that. That's not a bad area to get into if you're considering a trade. Welding's good. A lot more demand there, actually.
Those guys, number one, they're hanging around like-minded guys. That's, the guys that are working on my place, they're all friends with each other. They're joking. Who wouldn't like to work with your friends all day? And then when they leave out of here, they're hanging out with each other. They're making good money.
Yep.
They're making good money because I'm writing the check, and it's a lot of effing money. So they're making good money. And
you got the dough, man. You grifting hard. Grifting hard.
Then at the end of that, you turn that money into, well, I'm going to save up and I'm going to buy I'm going to be my own business, and then I'm going to have my own crew, and then and you can grow from there.
No.
And so
that might have been possible at one time, but after COVID, after the shutdown of 75% of small businesses in America, a lot of those jobs never came back. A lot of those businesses never came back. The only people that made out were the big companies, and they centralized their power and control all over the market. You're just not going to be able to, most people, get started in the same way you could 5-10 years ago in the trades as your own boss. It's just the way it is.
Always tell guys, stay away from now, if you want to be a whatever and you need a doctor, you got to go to college.
Yeah.
But if you're just a guy trying to make it in the world, believe it or not, a lot of people are going, you went to Columbia University, your underwater gender studies, yoga, dance degree. I'm good, because more than likely you're going to protest something, and I'm going to
I mean, these are Ben Shapiro talking points. He lifts everything from, other commentators.
Be a problem. Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people are saying, I'm looking for a non-college graduate because they were told how to think. I want somebody that can figure it out on their own. Once you go into college, you're broken there.
I was going to say also, a fun fact, most of these trades will pay for your education.
Mm-hmm.
So not only are you not coming out.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Those days are over. You are mistaken. Most cases that is not happening. Sorry.
Of college, $100,000 in the hole, you're going to college for free, and you're probably working there while you're going to school. And if you,
and I will put a caveat on that. It depends on the market. Where I'm at right now, that is not the case at all. You're paying all the way. I mean, then again, I do live in a big city, Phoenix, Arizona, but maybe in smaller towns where trades are starved for workers. Yeah. But the job market, the amount of workers in that market is what determines whether or not these companies will actually pay for you to get trained. But there's such an overflow, such an inundation of workers. Now, maybe, again, it depends on the market. It is market specific, and he is in a small podunk town. So maybe that's the case where he is, but not where I am.
Like, that's how desperate they are in the field. I try to tell people, like,
not in big cities, generally speaking.
People like, yeah, I don't really.
I mean, it also depends on the amount of welfare recipients. That might be the case in Chicago. But the vast majority of the population is of a certain pigmentation, and most of them are getting welfare. And, why would they get a job when, that would stop the government cheese coming in? Again, very market specific.
Really care about plumbing. I'm like, well, cool, but do you care about running your own business? So what if plumbing's the metric you use?
Right.
Or do you care about, there's something, do you like, supply chain? Do you like
The problem is it costs so much money. And that's another reason why people aren't able to open their own businesses anymore. We've got a rapid inflation. The cost of energy has gone through the roof. People can barely afford to live paycheck to paycheck. So essentially, you don't have the ability to save up enough resources within a short enough period of time. You don't have the ability. I mean, you paid your mortgage and insurance and all that, or your rent and energy bill and gas. There's not enough left over. You just can't accumulate the wealth required to start up a business.
buying and selling? Or do you like wholesale stuff? Like, it's all a mindset on what maybe you want to do. I want to remind people one last time here. And
I'm not saying it's impossible, by the way, but it's much more difficult than it was even 10 years ago, and certainly 50 years ago.
Joined by Joker from Better Bachelor.
And of course, you've got government regulation, which has only increased the difficulty of opening a small business. If you have over a certain number of employees, you're going to spend like 10 grand a year on those employees just to meet regulatory requirements, and that's separate their salaries. So yeah, there's a lot of roadblocks in the way of new entrepreneurs. Anyway, let's continue.
If you're on Rumble, please do follow.
And I don't fault these guys for getting a lot of this stuff wrong. I'm a lot better at economics and politics than these two schlubs.
His channel there on Rumble, and if you're on YouTube, please follow him there. He's also linked in the description in both places.
Another? Give him another shout out? Is this like number 8 now?
Few are the married men being the ones on. Oh, I hit that one. She got that. Nice face for radio and voice for print. Meets ad master and choice.
Wasn't that Tom Leykis' line? Didn't he just lift that from Tom Leykis? It seems like he lifted his whole routine from Tom Leykis. Reminds me of a certain monkey that we all used to know, and far too many held dear, near and dear to their hearts. Another Tom Likas, wannabe grifter.
Drinker of coffee brand coffee. Yeah, that's true. These nuts has been harder to pick up a side chick these days. Dead Police, I'm another. Oh, we got that one. So I think I got everything there. I think I got everything on Rumble. Wait, Patel said, remember Jeremy Joker? Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about this because I love Daily Wire.
Oh,
what is the Daily Wire Jeremy's Razors thing?
Oh, so 2 years ago.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
No,
It's more than 2 years ago. Almost 3 years. Come on, you downplayed it. Is it really only 2 years? It's longer than that.
it's fine.
Isn't it?
Okay.
I've been
Still quite a long time.
talking about this for a long time. I said,
By the way, it's been almost 3 years, actually. Closer to 3 than 2. He can find an acre of land for a house, but he can't find a small plot, quarter acre even, for a men's retreat? Who believes that?
just doing one like a video or I think it was a live stream, which I live stream exclusively on betterbachelor.locals.com.
Of course.
I'm over on locals.
The best way to maximize the shekel grifting.
There
And
you
that's
go.
where and I do that for supporters over there because we do movie nights.
Oh, God.
I stream a movie with the subtitles on.
You stream a movie. All right. Well, God forbid you create your own content. Let's stream a movie. Yeah. Isn't that copyright infringement? How is that not copyright infringement? Is it because he says it's a private space? Is it a private space, though? It's online. How does that work? I don't know.
And then I do my live stream over that.
Seems kind of lazy.
And it's kind of like Mystery Science Theater 3000 crap on the movie and talk about
You
General
are
Tom.
old.
Dude,
I used
No,
to
he's
stand,
not.
remember staying up to watch that show. It was
No, he's not old. I'm older. We're both in our 50s. He's not old. He's just out of shape. And he hasn't taken good care of himself. Then you're old. Yeah. But you can be old younger than him. It all depends on how you take care of yourself.
on Saturday nights at like 10 or 11 on PBS, I think is where I would watch it.
Yep. And,
Yeah.
and PBS, back in the day, PBS also used to show Benny Hill
Benny Hill, yeah.
and the young ones. I know you have.
Benny Hill was great. Remember Benny Hill? Anybody out there? Yeah. I love Benny Hill. That was nice. Had a lot of hot chicks on there. I'm not going to get into what some of you might have been doing watching Benny Hill late at night when mommy and daddy were in bed. But yeah, good times.
Not seen the young ones. You're too,
I've heard about it, but I have not seen it. Yeah.
just weird British comedy, right? So
Now there's some weirdo woke leftist.
I'll get to your comments, by the way, once we're finished this. But please keep commenting, guys. I love comments from you guys.
Organization now. They never show it. Yeah.
Oh, I know. What were we talking about there? And I said, it'd be great. I said, guys need a good place to hang out. I should make a men's retreat.
Now he's addressing it. Here we go. Here we go. Can't believe this guy's bringing this up. Well, he's got to. He's been talking about his house too much. He realized I was talking about my house I'm building too much. I gotta now bring up the retreat so it doesn't look like I'm avoiding the subject. And I got to give him, in the same breath, in the same bringing up of it, I got to give him an excuse, a reason why it hasn't happened yet. I'm bringing it up so I can now deflect away from it. But I don't want people to think I'm deflecting or avoiding, so I'm going to bring it up and then deflect.
Maybe someday I'll put together a men's retreat.
Yeah.
And it kind of caught on.
Maybe someday, yeah. Yeah, it's hypothetical, all right. It never was anything real.
A little bit. And so I said, all right, well, I'm going to start tucking money aside to make a men's retreat. But I got to buy land. I got to put a building up. We got to have.
You mean like the house you're building now? Don't you think this is the part I have a problem with this guy, and this is more receipts for him being a total complete grifter. And a lot of you out there, you have your sense of self, you have your identity tied to this guy, you've been supporting him, watching him for years, you got a lot invested in him, you got the sunken cost fallacy going on. You don't want to admit to yourselves that he's a grifter, that he's a fake and a fraud and a phony in this space, that he doesn't even want to be a part of anymore, his own words. So you continue to defend and white knight for him, because if you call him out, you call yourself out, because you've got so much invested in this guy personally and ideologically. and how you view yourself, and it's just. But the truth of the matter is, this is yet another example. If you tell your audience, I am collecting this money specifically to build a men's retreat, the implication is that this is how much I want to get, and once we get to this point, we'll make it happen, and then when you get the money and you reach that point, you don't do it, how can you be anything else but a fake, a fraud, a phony, a grifter? Somebody tell me that. How?
Well, you gotta. So I said, well, maybe I'll start doing this. Well, Jeremy's.
Maybe? Now he's making it all sound hypothetical, right? Oh yeah, well, I never told anybody that I would do it specifically, except you did.
Jeremy Boring over at Daily Wire
Another fake, another fraud, another phony in the conservative space. But continue.
had the race for the car, where if you you could promote their stuff, and I had a signing or like a code, a promotion code, and I said, oh, if you guys sign up and purchase, the Jeremy's Razors package, I get 50 points, and if you sign up for Daily Wire, I get whatever. Well, we did this contest, and I was promoting it.
No, you said if you do this and we get this much, I will do the men's retreat. You were very specific. You were not in any way, shape, or form like waffling or maybe might do it, could do it. Yeah, change his tune now.
On my channel for the month of October and November, like nail biter. At the end of that, I won, but you could win.
So it's been 2.5 years. Yeah, not 2. Just to be specific.
Either a car, I think it was like it was a spider, like a locust spider or something or other. It was like a $300,000 car, or you could win a quarter million cash.
Cash.
And I said, I'll take the cash, please.
Yeah.
So I took the cash, and then they were supposed to interview me.
Wait, did they pay you?
Oh yeah, they paid me.
Oh,
And then
right. Congrats.
Of course. How do you think he built the house? And I love these people saying, well, he's still got that Jeremy's Razors money. That's put aside for the men's retreat. So why isn't the timing interesting then? Then why wasn't he building this house before he got that money? Why did it only happen after he got that money? Anybody out there got an explanation? It's just coincidences. That's all.
Congratulations, man.
And then I wrote 50% of it right back to the taxes, of course.
Yeah.
And then they were supposed to interview me, and I said, well, whether it's Jeremy or whether it's
That's not going to happen because they're total complete TradCon grifters. Unlike this guy who's a chameleon, TradConner a TradConner light in disguise. Chase aspirations and the women will chase you. The implication being that's why you're chasing your aspirations. So the focus is still women and the goal is still women. Just like I said, with extra steps. Okay, continue.
Shapiro or
Whoever,
any of them. They were supposed to interview me because I had to sign a waiver that I would allow an interview, and they never did.
Of course not.
And so I reached out to them because I like talking about men's issues.
They don't.
And they're conservative. So I said, let's have this debate about marriage or about...
They're not conservative, man. Get out of here. The Daily Wire is in no way, shape, or form conservative, okay? They're gatekeepers, all right? They're controlled opposition. That's all they are. They're not real conservatives. They're like the rhinos in Congress that just voted for that hate speech bill. They're there to make you think you have some kind of voice and representation for your point of view, but the truth of the matter is they're just there to control the narrative and get you to focus on the subjects they want you to focus on so the status quo is maintained. You're hearing this from me, not from Fatter.
How, let's have this talk. They never reached
Because he's just good at regurgitating popular talking points, that's all.
out to me. So when I reached out to them, they said, well, we're working on midterms because it was 2022, right?
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Midterms are coming up in 6 months, so we don't have time to interview.
Any minute now.
Right. And we were like, well, we'll get back to you. And
the only reason he's hitting on this and bringing it up is so that he can gaslight people into believing that he's still on track to do this and, explain where he is now in the process. No, you're never going to, it's never going to happen, people.
meantime, they're interviewing Jordan Peterson. They're interviewing the guy that
Who
sold
works for them now, by the way. Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
a taco down
He's yet another gatekeeper and a controlled opposition shill.
on the corner stand. Like, they're interviewing everybody. And they just kind of brushed me under the rug. So I was kind of still like on board with them, like a supporter, and I enjoyed them.
Well, they paid
and
you
then-
out at least. They didn't
Well,
like.
yeah, and then
Well, they had to.
they're getting weirder and weirder with their infighting and all this other stuff. So, anyway, the men's retreat someday will still come.
Someday, even though I said it would happen, or I implied it, that when I got the money, it would happen. But I built a house instead and bought an acre of land. And I'm writing a ridiculously large check to master craftsmen to build my house, my bespoke house. Okay.
Got a good down deposit on it, but the prices of land and the
You've
cost.
got a good down deposit. What deposit? Where? Meaning he has money in the bank, and so he can say, I got a good down deposit, and my intention is to use that money for that. No, that's your retirement, probably. That's your fund that you're still using to pay for your house to be built.
Of everything right now, and plus I'm building my own home. That's kind of where all that is. So
Yeah, but there you go. He just admitted it. That's where all that is. What he's really talking about is the money. That's where all the money actually is going to build my house, not to any men's retreat.
there you go.
The press would have been good. I think the Daily Wire sorely misunderstands men's issues.
So do you, Jeremy, and by your own admission, you can't even have a realistic take or be allowed to have an opinion because you are not and never have been single as an adult male. So shut the fuck up. Pardon my French.
Yes.
Because there are a bunch of guys like me who got married a million years ago and have been married for a million years.
And you have no idea what it's like to be single, especially in today's dating market. Why are you commenting? You already said that men who have never been married can't comment on the state of marriage and the judicial system. So you're contradicting yourself via your own actions. But of course, because he thinks his audience are a bunch of morons. And a lot of them are, unfortunately. Same with the fatter Bachelor.
Like when Ben Shapiro talks about dating advice or marriage, it's like, or even Matt Walsh, God bless his soul, like when he talks about marriage or he talks about pop culture,
All multi-millionaires that got married most in their teenage years. And, they're not far enough along yet, most of them, except for that doofus Clavin to, comment with all that much confidence that their marriage will, withstand the test of time.
I'm like, dude,
Right.
like
And look at
you
Crowder.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Guys, just go to church.
Neither do you. You just said you don't know what you're talking about because the same metric that you just applied to the Daily Wire also applies to you. You also don't know what you're talking about.
Go to church. Meet a
Yes,
really,
church, yeah.
really
My
religious
mom, my
woman.
parents a doctor. Yeah, yeah.
Isn't this the same guy that just said there's a good women out there, right?
Okay,
Yeah, my
dude.
wife's a doctor. Get the jab. Who knows what's going on over there? Here, Stefan said, I owe Joker my life. Might not have made it without him. During my divorce, he showed me she wasn't the exception, but the cliche. Subscribe to his locals and keep him in business. Radio free dad.
Oh, thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah, that's a hell of a compliment.
Spare me.
Custom song mix. Would you rather survive in the woods alone with a bear around or a woman eating half the food and not helping?
Honestly, that's an easy one for me. I'd rather be with a woman, not
Yeah.
because I'm afraid of the bear, but because I know
Well, you ought to be.
I can outrun the woman. So no matter what predator I come across, these blue-haired fat feminists, I mean, I'm out of shape. But even
That talking point has already been brought up. I believe it was by a fellow named Andrew. I might be wrong. He's big Christian conservative ethics dude. It's just another talking point. He didn't come up with that one himself. That's been popularized already. He's late on that viewpoint.
I can beat them, so I don't even have to
I can outrun the woman, and so the bear will eat the woman, and I get away. So she's bait. That's been done to death. You got any thoughts of your own? No.
kneecap her. I get a free
she'll just
pass.
wait. She'll just tell everyone on the internet that you were inappropriate, and when you get home, you won't have anything left.
Well, she won't make it out.
Oh, that way.
I don't have to worry about it. She won't make it
Another
out.
tragedy in the woods again. What a coincidence.
That's right.
Yeah, Jane says, I don't know who this quarter guy is, but if he's going to have Joker and Clary on, he must be a smart dude.
He's not going to have Claire. Yeah, he's not going to have him on. Come on. He doesn't know who he is. He's going to go look at his channel and be like, oh, no. Guy's way smarter than me. Nah, can't do that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this has been a great conversation, dude.
Yeah, Clary, that dude will actually call women out, and he's not going to do the "what about the men?" No. We got enough Oprahs and the Views doing that. Okay, we got enough fat broads on TV calling men out. We need spaces to call women out without the "what about the men?" Blue-pilled simpy Jeremy is not going to have that guy on. No.
And I hope a lot of people check out your channel after this and subscribe to your locals. You should definitely do that because that goes a long way for creators.
He's a fraud.
I won't even shill my locals. I'll shill his because
of course
it's $5 a month, or I don't know how much yours is, but
yeah, I do 5. Yeah,
it's. I mean,
should I look into locals? I don't know. I'll have to check it out.
it's $5, and like I do.
Does Jordan Peterson have a part ownership in that? Is he involved in locals? I don't know.
Do 8 live stream at minimum 8 live streams every month, and each one of those live streams is like 5 hours.
Yeah,
so I look at it now where it's one of my plugs.
Yeah, but you're spending most of the time watching movies.
That I always say is like it's literally less than a cup of coffee now because of inflation.
If you go to Starbucks, yeah. I don't buy coffee out. I make my own coffee. So.
Yeah, and it's important. I don't know if you're. Are you monetized on YouTube or no?
I've never.
Of course.
I mean, they do.
Of course. That's why he's so milk toast in the center of the road, right? He wants the YouTube shekels.
They ding me on a lot of my videos. I mean,
not that many.
But overall, my channel still is. But man, do they hammer me on a lot of videos. So
not that
I'm
many.
trying to notice the trend. It's been fucking brutal the last I don't know what's going on, but it is. I've been telling people for me.
That's the only reason you're having fatter on in the first place.
Yeah, I'm down 50%. I'm half.
These guys don't have convictions. They have wherever the wind blows, whatever brings me the most money.
I'm probably from 2 years ago, it went down half, and then it's down half again from that.
And I have similar views.
Yeah. Yep. And my views are actually starting to slip a little bit. And what I notice is my return viewers are the same. It's that the homepage or the suggested or the upcoming videos are dropping off a cliff. So, I mean, I do put Rumble in my signature.
Shout out. I like that.
And I do put I do say it in my videos. I think they're scraping to where if you advertise Rumble in your below each video where you say, guys, follow me here and here's my other channel. I think they're scraping, and if they see that, they're punishing us or something.
Do I have that on my live stream? If I do, I need to remove it.
I think by the way, I'm testing that theory right now because I went I fell off a cliff. I went from,
That's why both these guys are trying to rebrand to reach more viewers. They maximize the amount of clicks in their respective spaces.
I have a mature channel, and so do you. When you have 500,000 subscribers, generally
it's growing at snail's pace.
Yeah, you're generally just barely replacing who's unsubscribing. That's same with me, right? It's been months, and I'm gaining 50 subs a day, and I'm I have 1.5 million subs. I'm gaining 50. I should be gaining thousands a day. And,
should you?
I noticed that when back in June when I signed my deal with the big green site and I started advertising it, all of a sudden subs completely dropped off. I had never had a negative month of subs in 5 years, and I had a negative month in June, a negative month in August. So right now I took all the links out.
Yeah.
And
I'll do that.
I still advertise it, but I'll say the green site, or I try to get people to still watch there because I think it's the better alternative. But if you're
not really.
me, YouTube
still
still
shadow
90% of or 80% of your income, and it's still important.
It's still for me. Rumble is.
I can't get any traction there. My videos are too controversial. I speak the truth, unlike Fatter, who he avoids controversial subjects or having an opinion outside of scientific communities. Agreed upon viewpoints for the most part. Yeah.
Like nothing as far as income. And I'll tell you something funny. I put up a video. You remember the guy outside of the Trump rally that decided to turn himself into a tiki torch and go up like a Christmas tree? I did that video. I uploaded it to YouTube and I uploaded it to Rumble. Rumble monetized, good to go, normal. YouTube demonetized. Then they hit it with a plus 18, even though I blurred everything. Then they ended up taking the video down. Then they sent me an email about, "Are you okay? Because you talked
are you having
about self-harm
thoughts?"
And
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
and I'm like, so I keep telling people, like, just if you're on both platforms, I understand not enough people have moved off YouTube to Rumble because whatever. And my favorite is then they complain, "Oh, YouTube took down a video." It's like, dude,
Oh my God, don't get me started on that.
oh,
Yeah.
I get
And they
so
don't have a
angry.
Rumble channel. I'm like,
Right.
you know, I mean, I
You're
don't
on
care
your own.
anymore. I don't care
Yep.
anymore. If you
Yep.
whine about getting demonetized or you whine about having a video struck, I don't care.
Rumble is not some, pie in the sky, utopian alternative. They shadow ban and suppress content almost as much as YouTube.
Yep.
Unless you're also
So-
on others. If you're on new tech, you're still allowed to complain. But if you're not
Yep.
using it,
This guy! First, if you're not married, you can't complain about the state of marriage in America. Now, if you're not on Rumble, you're not allowed to complain about YouTube and big tech. Yeah, interesting. But he's allowed to complain about, the state of dating, even though he's never been single as a grown-up. And with one woman his whole life. I see! Your reasoning is very convenient.
if I go to your Rumble page and you haven't uploaded in 6 months, like I used to make whole videos, like
By the way, Fatso, I am allowed to complain. Shut the fuck up.
rallying behind people who had gotten video struck. I don't even do it anymore because,
Yeah.
bro, that we know.
I don't care.
I don't care anymore. Yeah, like
Yep.
you know
You
that
don't care
should
at
be
all.
on
We
not
know
just Rumble,
that.
but BitChute, Odyssey, all these sites, and X even.
I don't
and
BitChute. BitChute doesn't
I'm not
count?
going to make a whole video defending you when I pull up your page. You're not on Rumble, or you haven't uploaded in 6 month. You're not uploading your videos to X. Although I don't upload videos to X, but
Somebody's been shadow banned and suppressed, but them being shadow banned and suppressed, it doesn't count, right? Because they're not elsewhere. Interesting logic.
if X figures out any form of like, I have a mild protest because people just steal everybody's videos there and then just re-upload them
Right.
and make a bunch of money. So it's like,
Yep.
if they crack down on that even a little bit, I'll upload my videos there. But I don't want to
The
upload my
thing is-
video just so Ian Miles Chong can download it and re-upload it and make the money off it. Like,
And it's really simple because when you record a video, there should be a hash.
Yeah.
But both of you are stealing other people's content anyway in the form of parodying their views. How is that any different?
Each
They can
thing
manage
has
it.
a hash to it. They just make that hash permanent, and if anybody copies the video and reposts it as their own, if you retweet it and add comment, the original person should get the money. And if you
so, too.
if you steal the video and just like download it and then re-upload it, there should be a hash on that. The original
I think that would depend on how much of your own content or commentary that you put into it. So there should definitely be some kind of metric for that.
person should get the money. But I think until that gets fixed, I'm not so keen on. I love Twitter, but I'm not so keen on the video uploading portion of it. And now on YouTube, what I'm doing is when I upload something to Rumble and YouTube, if YouTube demonetizes it, I yank it off. I just say, nope, I'm not doing this anymore. I delete the video without ever turning it public, because what YouTube does, they'll show it to people. They'll still show the ads to the people,
And
and
not pay you.
YouTube doesn't pay the creator. And I'm like,
Exactly.
I'm not giving
That's-
YouTube any more free crap.
And
So
I
I'll
think
just
it
put it
hurts
on
your
Rumble.
channel. I started taking them down because I think like YouTube sees like, oh, a bunch of their videos are demonetized, so I don't do, if you're a creator on YouTube, like you are, we're all we ever can do is guess.
Yeah.
We can make our best
I
guess.
agree with that.
I don't know why this video popped, this one didn't.
And of course, YouTube isn't going to tell you, because then you could actually do something to address that, and then they wouldn't be able to remove future videos, because now you know what the standards are. So they want the standards to be vague and ambiguous, so they can just remove stuff, on a whim.
Exactly the same. Like my channel has been silent for so long. I did a video on like the $20 minimum wage failing, and it broke into the algorithm, and it actually has like a couple 100,000 views. I'm like, whoops, Google didn't something. So I'm like looking, I'm diving into analytics. I'm like, okay, how did
Grifter
know
that
how
you
it is.
are,
Like,
of
your
course.
views will always be about the same. You're
Right.
never finding new people, and it's like, well, how in the hell
What can I talk about that gets the most views and gets me the most shekels? Not what am I passionate about and care about commenting on. No.
did this video? I had like 2 videos from last month where suddenly they were getting like 10,000 views a minute for like the last 2 days, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's happening?
Right.
So I'm like,
Yep.
okay, I'm looking at the analytics. Nope, it has the same watch time as everything else, same thumbnails as everything else. I can't figure out why, but boy, it sure would be.
It's not predictable. That's the whole point. They don't want it to be predictable because then you would know what you had to do to get the most views. All right? And channels like yours and his, even though you're both grifters, you're still too far to the right for their liking, right?
Nice to have a new person find your video, like, damn.
Yeah, the SEO and the search engine, like every video I upload, I don't change my tags. Like,
I don't either. Yeah.
Like if I upload it, I don't add Elon Musk as a tag, or I just put it with my same crap as usual.
Of course, too lazy.
And then one video, I'll wake up in the morning and like 2 similar topics. And this one, after 24 hours, I have 50,000 views. After 24 hours, I have 260,000 views. And I'm like, I don't know anymore.
It'd be nice if they told us, because then we would please them more often. It's like a
You'd
woman,
think.
You didn't make
Let
me
me know
come.
when I'm hitting-
Give me
when
some
I'm hit-
advice. Yeah.
When I'm hitting the happy button, like make a noise or something. Let me know.
Yeah, ladies, let me tell you, it's from 2
All right, let me
confident
fast
men.
forward.
Crib
Confident men. What a joke. Give me a break.
notes are not viewed negatively.
Right.
Like, give me the crib note.
This fat effer called Red Pill dudes incels and losers. Does that sound like somebody who's secure? If you were all that secure, you wouldn't need to be going out of your way to insult entire swaths, monoliths of people. Yeah, you're real secure.
Notes, because if I
Chunky.
like if I take care of you, then I'm already like happy. Like
Right.
if I
Let's not go crazy.
yeah, right. Well,
I'm
gonna
getting mine too.
yeah, well, yeah, but that's gonna guys are pretty easy. The 27th Lugnut, geez, thank you. Apprenticeships are great in the trades, running all kinds of heavy equipment here. I learned how to do dirt work and use cranes to set the building, to building and maintaining roads. Running heavy equipment pays my bills very well, and clearly they do. Yeah, exactly.
I've heard of guys in a pinch making $100 an hour doing road construction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all my friends who didn't go like the suit route are better off financially than most of my others, because they don't all have the debt, and they don't have
Right.
they have their own houses. They have they pull, like, they're at the bar, they pull like wads of cash out of their pocket. They're totally irresponsible, and they're just
Well, that's
like,
also their wives are also probably strippers, but that's another.
No, these guys are all single.
Yeah.
No, none of the women, like, they only work and go to the bar.
Well, that's why they have wads of cash, dude.
Yes, right. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
It's not that the job pays that well. It's because they don't have to spend it on crap that they don't want to.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And yet you should chase all that so you can get a woman. That's Bachelor's own words. And yet somehow, he's a red pill dude.
Exactly. Well, I think this would be a great spot to wrap things up, dude. Thank you so much for the conversation. It was an absolutely killer stream.
My pleasure.
I've
brother.
been reading chat. Chat seems really they really like the conversation too.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you guys check out Joker from Better Bachelor over on whatever platform you choose to watch. Do it right after this video or as you're watching it later in a VOD. And I hope you have a good weekend, dude. And
Yeah, Jeremy is doing so much shilling of Fatter Bachelor's channel because he wants to get other people from this space and in more marginalized, less well-accepted, but still heavily populated communities to come on his show so he can expand his audience and start to grow again. Shekels.
and let's stay in touch.
Definitely, brother. I got your back on Twitter.
Brother? Boy, wow, it's so interesting. And of course, Bachelor ignores the fact that Jeremy has been so anti-red pill, and don't think that he doesn't know it, but he doesn't care because, as he said at the start of the show, he's not in that space, even though he's in that space.
All day long, man. We're
I see
usually
that.
surfing
Yeah.
the same wave, so
Yeah, I was glad you brought some
Frauds,
statistics to the
both
AI
of you.
conversation, because I'm just like, where you're like, no, bro, this is like the numbers around where men are, I didn't see her reply to that. Like,
They very rarely can when you show statistics and
Yeah.
numbers.
all right, man. Well, everyone have a great
Well, that's all he has. He doesn't have any argumentation or debating abilities. He doesn't have any critical thinking skills or ability to think logically, rationally, reasonably. That's why he's spouting other people's talking points. Mostly Tom Leykis's, by the way, if you hadn't noticed,
weekend, and
including his tagline, which is completely grifted from Tom. But anyway, by the way, Tom's a rabid lefty now. Didn't already know that. Loves Hillary Clinton.
Joker, it's been great, and we'll see you guys all Monday at. You got anything? What do you got going on? Anything?
That's enough. So that's it for the Griftoramathon from these two fake fraud phonies. So let's get to your comments and wrap this up because this is taking far too long. Oh, boy. Okay, comments, if any. Right, not very many. Restore data, laugh out loud. You don't have to torture yourself, philosopher, listening to the entire video. I had to. I didn't want to, but once I start, I gotta finish, man. I'm not Fat Bachelor, okay? I don't eschew the workout, the gym, I finish what I start. Gman789 says, I'm not optimistic with the current state of affairs. Nor am I, but these two are very optimistic. We are winning. We want to tell people what they want to hear and want them to be hopeful and optimistic. That's yet another utilitarian argument. Oh, well, hey, I mean, you see, the outcomes will matter. See, if we preach optimism and hope, see, people will have hope and optimism, and because they have this, they'll somehow visualize these hopeful and optimistic feelings into being. It's a very radically individualistic view of things. Sounds a lot like the ideological idealist libtards. Oh, man. Yeah. G-Man, I never understood optimism. He associates with the grift pill. Yeah. G-Man, message retracted. Okay. G-Man says this is why you shouldn't trust politicians. Indeed! They tell you whatever they think you want to hear, so you will donate to their campaigns, or in this case, their channels. Same difference, though, really. He's practically speaking. So basically, from what I gathered, chase life and then get women, basically PUA with extra steps. Precisely! And yet, he's calling out Fresh and Fit. I want to get out of the space. I don't want to be associated with the red pill anymore. It's actually now become the grift pill because there's so many dishonest actors in this space. Oh, hey, you should chase wealth and prosperity and self-improvement so that women will chase you. The implication being that that is the ultimate goal, to get women, not the self-improvement stuff. That's exactly what the... You're just saying what they're saying. Again, with extra steps. Oh, great. Woo! G-Man S89. I've never seen two men contradict themselves as much as these two. And yet, why is nobody else calling out Fat Bachelor except for me? Why am I the only person calling him out? You know why? Because nobody else wants to lose their grift either. They were all grifting in the same space, and they don't want to piss off Fatter Bachelor's followers, which dwarf all of their followers monumentally. We don't want to upset the grift space and lose the shekels that are coming into us. Yeah, so you're all disingenuous cunts. I see. Just in it for the dollar. Lovely. Yeah. G-Man789, the quartering has never been in the trades. He knows nothing. Yeah, what the hell's he talking about? His fat ass? You kidding? I mean, I know there are a lot of big guys, fat guys in the trades, but this soft, pudgy fuck? No. He has no idea what he's talking about. So anyway, that is it for my review of the Fatter Bachelor and Jeremy of the quartering jerking each other off for hours and hours, and I've had to spend almost 5 hours listening to this crap. There were so many logical fallacies and contradictions and red herrings and straw men. It was just, and false framings and misrepresentations and false conflations and false analogies. There was just so much illogic. It took me 3 hours to debunk their 2 hours and 15 minutes of nonsensical blather. So I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you like the fact that somebody actually called out these two phonies, these two frauds, with receipts, baby. I proved it with logic and reason. I pointed out everything. Arguments, baby, not just sophistry, not just playing on your emotions, real, provable contradictions from their own mouths. But you come to your own conclusions about whether or not these guys are grifter, frauds, especially fatter. So let me know what you think in the comment section. Please like and subscribe. Don't forget, you should subscribe to my channel because I tell it like I see it. And I actually give my own opinions, not grifted content from other people, because I lack the ability to come up with my own thoughts. Anyway, I am the realist philosopher, known here on YouTube as the Bachelor Philosopher, and I wish you all a good and pleasant day. Take care.